shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a light on this dawn. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the sinking journey of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. Overloads, no illusions, no hollow in compare. He's here to resurrect the sinking journey of common sense. Thinking truck from the wreckage, lazy dog from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare. Exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord of his man. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Begin the chaos of found to every strong against the darkness, rising in defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Bow your head to the beast that patrols the dawn. Sensing now of reason with the ball crushing mark. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open. Usher it up. So with the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord.
Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. And let's party. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Shout out to Lucid's Emerald. How are we doing? So, happy Friday, happy Friday. As you know, usually Fridays are a little bit slow. We do, gotta find something somewhere, but this just fell right into our laps. Candace Owens brought Anna Kasparian on her show. Need I say more? Need I say more? As the political landscape is shattering and pieces are, the game pieces are moving around. I did not expect this one. So I'm not saying that I agree with them, disagree with them, anything like that. I just think it's very surprising that we get this type of conversation, and I'm excited to see where it goes. Shout out to Blake. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. So let's dive right in, guys. As always, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
All right, you guys, I am so excited. I have been saying, you've probably seen this all over online, that I have been dying to host Anna Kasparian because I feel like at the exact same time, her and I had perhaps a broader awakening about this left-right paradigm that is not serving the left or the right and is only serving the...
Candace Owens is the definition of a jilted lover who got passed up for a white girl and is now jealous. Damn, tell me how you really feel. And yeah, we might need to do a bunch of side quests and go down the rabbit hole. I don't know, but I assure you, it will not be boring.
Elites. It's how we are all feeling right now. And similarly, her and I are both under a very severe attack from Zionists who, I guess, want our families to be harmed. Anna
Yes.
Kasparian, welcome to the Candace Show.
Thank you.
Oh, and real quick, I'll say this a bunch of times, but we already hit the movie night goal, so I upped it to a double feature. So if we get 400 points, then on Sunday, instead of just watching one movie, we can watch two. So get those donos in. Then, of course, we have our normal stream goal, 15 donations of any amount, or a $75 total. Not only gets Morty a special treat, every donation comes with a treat, but he gets a special treat. And, of course, I've got to do push-ups because I'm so fucking puny. Shout out to Podesta. Welcome to the party. I like someone takes, but she's a nutter. Indeed, she is. And we got our boy Jager. Welcome. You trying to come up here, Mark? What are you doing down there? There's too many wires over there, bro. What we doing? Come on over here. There you go. Yeah, why don't you go lay down? There you go. Everybody loves to see ya. All right, no shocking necessary. Welcome. All right, let's do it.
Thank you for having me.
I'm thrilled to have you. It's
Thank
just
you.
so funny because we hate each other
Yes.
so much.
So much. I mean, it is wild where we're at, but I'll tell you where I started to change my mind about you. It was a few years ago where, well, first of all, it started with your firing at the Daily Wire and what you were fired for, right? The fact that you were willing to call out a genocide for what it is. And I really respected that because there weren't really any media people on the right at all at that time who were willing to do it.
She's a crazy person who happens to be religious.
Then after that, you went on, I think maybe a few podcasts where you talked about your evolution in regard to your perception of Muslims. And I was like, okay, that takes an honest person to say that, to like admit I was wrong. And especially on the right where, the
Except Thomas Massey, right?
Islamophobia, which I think is the product of brainwashing, is still very much prominent, right? And then the final thing that happened.
What? Sorry, pardon? Are you saying Islamophobia is just... sorry.
Honest person to say that, to like admit I was wrong. And especially on the right where, the Islamophobia, which I think is the product of brainwashing, is still very much prominent.
That's crazy. Yeah, because they don't have doctrines that explicitly state that if you blow up yourself and other people, that you'll go to heaven, right? That would be crazy. Oh, man. I was hoping, because if you follow politics in this area of stuff, Anna's been moving slightly rightward, but I'm starting to think maybe Candace brought her on because she's going to move everything leftward.
Right. And then the final thing that happened was you went on, I think it was Breaking Points, you were talking to Sagar and Jetty. This is before the election. You were in support of Donald Trump at the time, but Sagar asked you, you're against invading Iran or going to war with Iran. What would you do if Trump gets elected and he goes to war with Iran? You just straight up said, I will no longer support him and I'll be vocal about it. And I'm like, okay, we'll see. And you made good on that promise. And I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
One way to find out.
I think for me, I had to sort of re-examine. It takes a lot of humility, I think, when you have a public platform. People are always rooting for you to be wrong anyway. And I think it's the reason that so many people hold on to ideas even when they know they're wrong.
Yes.
They just don't want to do the thing and go through the process of change.
But people love it.
Yeah.
People love when you're willing to be honest about what you were incorrect about and that you're willing to recalibrate or evolve on an issue.
So are we going to get an apology that I didn't actually...
I know that.
Exactly. Didn't actually look at what they believe. And then I just called you brainwashed because I was brainwashed.
But I'm growing and evolving. I mean, I started working at TYT when I was 20 years old. And so I'm now going to turn 40 in July. So that's 20 years. For me to not change at all would be ridiculous and embarrassing, to be quite frank. Right. And so I'm proud of my changes. I'm open-minded. I'm willing to have conversations with just about anyone as long as I know it's going to be good faith.
Mm-hmm.
And so I go to the Candace Owens show.
We have to find a way to bring the American people together because we are in the fight of our lives. Our government is not representing us. And the only way we can change things is if we're willing to build coalitions and work together on
Mhm.
our system of government and making the reforms that we need. We need to
There's that word again, that coalition word. We need to build the coalitions. Like I said, Muslims hate Christians, Jews, Europeans, and everything that we are, but yet we're Islamophobic. Read the Quran, and you'll see they're allowed to lie to further the goals of Allah. Taqiyya! Dilly dilly to Taqiyya! If you're not familiar, it is exactly what Blake just said. That you are explicitly told to lie to the outsiders. And this is something I wish I understood when I watched many times. I've watched the Bill Maher documentary Religulous. And, most of that takes aim at Christianity, which I have no problem with because I grew up Christian, no longer a believer. But a big part of it is also Judaism and Islam. And I think he might have actually been in Iran. I don't know exactly where it was, but he was talking, just kind of doing man on the street interviews. And we're very familiar with Taqiyya. All the time we bring up Taqiyya. And he was on the street talking to these Muslims, and he's like, "Well, doesn't the text say this?" And so that I'm like, "Oh, no. And it's then, of course, they pull it right up. Taqiyya. You are allowed to lie to the outsiders to make your faith look good because we're taking over," says the Muslims. Just said, problem with Islam is that its followers actually believe it. At least half Christians don't even go to church. Don't think you'll get many casual Muslims. Well, there's definitely the different levels. Whereas like somebody who is very Christian may not be as outsider as someone who's like an Orthodox Jew or a really come on, look at my beautiful face. What the fuck? Someone who's on the outside of like normal society. It might not be as easy to tell that, oh, like you're really a Bible thumper as easy as it is to tell that you're an Orthodox Jew or any of those things. But there are moderate Muslims, but to your point, I don't really believe that's actually a thing. There's people who follow Islam more casually, more moderately, but based on everything that we're saying, the book doesn't allow you to do that. Whereas Christianity has a lot more wiggle room, for better or for worse. I think Winston Churchill said it best, said Blake. Islam in a human man is like rabies in a dog. Well, dilly to that. Dilly fucking dilly. We got our boy Salty. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. How are you doing? Those Virgin Islam, maybe not the... well, they like that. But I said most Christians are terrified of death. If you believed in God, you'd be excited to go to heaven. And that's where the phrase life is not a waiting room comes from. But, that's that wiggle room I was just talking about. For better or for worse. Welcome to the party, guys. Let's dive back in.
and work together on our system of government and making the reforms that we need. We need to get money out of politics.
Mm-hmm.
We need to ensure that foreign governments do not have a say on our foreign policy or our domestic policy. If we don't do that, we're screwed. Our country's done.
True.
And so I'm noticing that there is some growing unity between the left and the right, the anti-war left, anti-war right, who are privy to the fact that our politicians are super corrupt, that they're bought by moneyed interests. And you can't really solve that problem with one group of voters. You really need all hands on deck.
You do. And I think for me, when I started to have these scales fall from my eyes for a second time, by the way, I feel like I sort of graduated to politics. And I was like, oh, I figured this out. Republicans have it right. And the left has it, Democrats have it wrong. And I felt so great about that. I felt like so free and so smart. And so then when I went through this second process and
I'm trying to think of a way to poll you guys to ask, like, how much do you trust that what Candace is doing, or more specifically, what Candace is saying is what she actually believes? And that's a genuine question because I wasn't following any of her Charlie Kirk stuff. And, some people are like, no, dude, like, she is on it. And then other people are like, yo, she's batshit crazy. So I'm trying to think of that. So keep in mind, that question. How do you feel about the legitimacy that she believes what she is saying?
And was going, wait a minute, why is genocide sometimes okay? And going, I can't have gotten that wrong. Come on, Republicans. This is obviously what's happening in Gaza is wrong. It's kind of a scary process because then you have to, you go, how could I have had this so wrong?
Totally. No,
how could I have had this so wrong?
It's a scary process because politics has become more than just, oh, this is a group of people I agree with on policies. It turned into, I think, a replacement for religion for some people. It turned into, because think about, the era when.
Yup. I mean, shout out to Vivek Ramaswamy, who put it best that if you have a God-shaped hole in your heart, then something is going to fill it. And just because that is the case does not mean that you have to force yourself to believe in a God. It just means you got to keep that in mind so that that hole doesn't get filled with progressive politics. Yikes. Yep. Indeed. Saying 80% she's crazy. Originally thought she was a grifter, but now I'm thinking it's more probable she believes what she's saying. And that's what I'm asking. I really don't know. So I got a poll here for you guys. I'll put that in a second here.
A replacement for religion for some people. It turned into, because think about, the era when everyone went to church or everyone went to temple or mosque, whatever. It's your community, right? These are people that you communicate with. These are people who might have different politics than you, but you share a faith, and as a result, you have exposure to people who have different ideas. But then as people became less and less religious in this country, I think politics or political parties kind of became the church, right?
So we'll just do it this way. 0 to 25%, 25 to 50%, 50 to 75, or 75 to 100%. She believes exactly the words that are coming out of her mouth. Like I said, there's only around 20 million Jews in the world, so being pro-Jewish doesn't make a lot of money. But there are 2.5 billion Muslims, so it is very profitable to be anti-Jewish. Is that the road we're going down? Is that the next is that the next grift, or is it not a grift at all? From Candace is the question. Instead, I think they're just capitalizing off of Charlie's death. But the more down the rabbit hole she went, I think the more she believes. Well, remember Jesse on Fire was here the other day, last week, and he definitely trusts. I don't know. I don't want to say every word, but he definitely trusts that she's onto something at the very least.
And it's scary to go against your community,
right? And that's it. You suddenly find yourself in a position where you have to make all new political friends, so to speak.
Exactly. Yes.
And then you see what they are capable of, what they are willing to do, how much it is,
right?
Just as you're describing, not even a religion, a cult, and how quickly I was sort of excommunicated. And they tried to, just as if you're leaving a cult, convince me that I was the crazy person,
right?
For saying.
Okay, but that's because we thought you were crazy, not because you didn't fucking agree with us. There's a difference between I'm going to call you crazy because I don't like that you're saying things that don't agree with me, and I'm going to call you crazy because I think you're fucking crazy.
Something so sensible, like, hey, killing kids is wrong. We shouldn't do that. Like saying a statement like Brian Mast did about the Palestinians, there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian, which is what I was tweeting about in particular. Everyone should just have been like, of course, this is a wrong statement from Brian Mast. But they tried to play this psychological game on me, where they were gaslighting me.
Like you were the wrong,
She's the victim now. Shout out to Liberty Plus TV. Welcome to the party. Who's they? Candace?
You were in the wrong because you realize that you have a sitting United States congressman wearing the uniform of a foreign country in the halls of Congress, talking about how it's okay to just slaughter an entire group of people, including women, children, elderly people, because of the cult he's in. It is a cult. And I mean...
Right, but isn't this making the same mistake that we're pointing out? That you're saying Jews can literally print money, but not because you're a Jew, you have the power to print money. It's just the people who are following. I'm reading the goddamn thing. The people who are printing the money, like the Rothschilds, are Jewish. But the point of the point of this is separating that from just the fact that you are Jewish doesn't mean you're connected to that. Right?
What are our values as a country? And the other thing is the fact that you were willing to put everything on the line to speak out against the genocide in Gaza made me realize that you are actually good faith on other political views you have, right? Because I'm pro-choice. That hasn't changed. I mean, I'm definitely not in favor of, late-term abortions happen, but they're very rare. But, I think that there were some laws written in a way that could have been abused, whatever, But my point is, when it came to conservatives who said that they're anti-choice, I was like, they just want to control women. That's all it's about. They don't actually see the fetus as a life. They don't see a zygote as the same as a human life. No, but
hold on. Blake said, thankfully now we can see where a lot of the viewers are coming from, and almost 60 to 75% of Candace's audience is in the Middle East and Pakistan. The rest are wine moms that are drunk by noon. That one, well, I mean, both of those make sense. But yeah, the wine moms, they would eat this shit up. But that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Just as at some point when everyone hates the Jews need to think maybe it's us. No comment.
you do, actually, right? Because you'll see conservatives cheer on what's happening in Gaza
Yes.
and now Lebanon, and then purport to be pro-life.
Yep.
Who's cheering on? Okay, maybe somebody is like, okay, maybe we don't want this, that, or this is better than that. And people are cheering it on.
That was one of the big ones for me where I was
Exactly.
going, we're pro-life, and you're telling me that there's an exception because you have some heretical theology that's telling you that, all of these rules are, of course, we should be abiding by this. And of course, it's the right thing to do. And God, Jesus Christ. And then they go, but unless it happens in Israel, then it's okay. So I'm like, wait, so there's this random carve out where we can mass murder kids as long as it's in Israel? Why is
The principle does highlight at least an inconsistency, if not hypocrisy. But I just don't accept the narrative that people are cheering on what's happening in Gaza.
every mass murderer just go to Israel and just do whatever they want? And then you just go, well, they're chosen. So this land is chosen so they can do whatever they want on this land. That was shocking for me. And
Yeah.
it made me go a lot deeper on theology. And gratefully, like, my husband is just, he majored in theology. And so it's been kind of a part of his internal dialogue for a very long time.
Mhm.
And I was like, what am I missing here? Like, how did I miss that I was in partnership with these people that, you're right, this is not a theology for them. This is a cult.
And
This is a cult.
What's really interesting and something that I've always wanted to ask you about is, do you feel that, I mean, I'm sure, look, I'm seeing the success of your show. So obviously there's a giant portion of conservatives out there in this country who side with you and don't fall under the category that I'm about to describe. But do you feel like you were kind of used as a tool earlier in your career?
Absolutely. I know, not
basic-
feel.
Mhm.
It's a fact.
Because when you're
You might still be there, Candace. But yeah, Blake said we need to distinguish from practicing Jews who go to temple and people will have Jewish last names like Epstein, Weinstein. Those aren't real Jews; they're just Jewish by name. Which is exactly why when we talk about the Jews have money, that is not even if who you're referring to is the Rothschilds, you're not wrong, but it muddies the waters and it makes it easy for people to be like, oh, you're anti-Semitic. And so being more specific with the wording that you're using is only going to behoove you.
critical of, let's say, the Black community, they love it, right? That's when you get a platform and you get all the plaudits and speaking engagements. But once you speak out against what's happening in Gaza, you're not that useful tool anymore.
In fact, Vanessa, you say this, and from what I remember, like I like to skip to make sure we got something to cover here. This is going to come up, and I'm wondering if when they're talking about demons and evil, if Candace is going to be talking about literally seeing demons and stuff like that, and Anna, the atheist, being more like, no, yeah, there's some really dark energy and stuff like that, or if they're talking right past each other. I can definitely see it. She thinks Israel and Mormon beekeepers were the ones who took out Charlie in underground tunnels with Egyptian planes. And don't forget the guys with the maroon shirts. Well, and this was a bit frustrating in the sense that when I had Jesse here, I was hoping we were going to get into all of that stuff, and it's just like, oh yeah, it's just too much. It's like, well, bro, what the fuck do you think you're here for? Been waiting for weeks, if not months, to get you on to talk about what you learned from the Candace stuff. And he didn't really get too far into it. He's just like, bro, trust me, like they got it. I don't know. Shout out to Jesse on Fire. Good friend. But I hoped we would get a little bit deeper into that when he was here. Maybe we'll bring him back. Shout out to TV viewers. Welcome. to the party with a big $10 PayPal. Thank you so very, very much. Remember, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Very much appreciated. And of course, guys, since we already hit the movie night goal, we will be doing a movie night on Sunday. We have a double feature goal. So we're at 285. Remember, $1 equals 1 point in the normal show. It is doubled in the after party. But if we hit 400, then we get to pick 2 movies. And here's another thing. That I'll do. If you drop a $20 dono, it has to be a 20. So you drop a $20 dono, and only 4 of you will be able to do this. But you get to pick one of the 4 options that's going on the poll tonight to decide which movie or movies we end up watching. $20 gets you to pick an entire quarter of the options. Thank you so very, very much, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Let me get the banner here, and I'll come back to you.
You speak out against what's happening in Gaza, you're not that useful tool anymore.
That was one of the things that was really hard for me to contend with personally, because obviously, not to the Daily Wire, we were actually kind of in the midst of the same topic, really, right? So it's like you're talking about a race.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying, okay, this thing happened. So they were saying October 7th happened. BLM was saying the George Floyd thing happened. This is going to be the impetus now. And they were doing things that, in my view, still to this day, we're just wrong. I don't care what happened in Minnesota. You don't have the right to go into Target and grab a flat screen TV, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
fatigue. So shout out again to our sponsor. So again, as you can see in the banner, we have our normal stream goal. 15 donos or $75 in total will get Morty a special treat and trigger push-ups for me. But we also have the movie night goal. So since you guys were already amazing and we hit that goal, starting at 250, we now have the double feature movie night. So if we get to 400, then we got a double feature. Shout out to TV Viewerski, our sponsor. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Luzin said she does use both interpretations of demon. One is the spiritual, and the other is someone so evil you just call them a demon. And well, that's why I'm wondering whether Anna's going to pick up on that, or if she's just going to play into it because she's having her own difference of how she's seeing the world. We will see. Like, so she starts a conspiracy, and then when it blows up on her, she forgets about it and goes on because she knows the wine moms are too drunk to know any better.
Bingo.
Hey, I mean, don't hate the player, hate the game. Them wine moms will swallow up anything, you know what I mean? But as I said, no one even cared about Jews in Western society in a meaningful way until October 7th. Now it's all anyone's talking about. I don't even know a Jew. Well, I know a few people, but yeah, it was so surprising to me because I knew that, like, in general, anti-Semitism was a thing, and that, like, post the 90s, I didn't really hear about that. And like you're saying, after October 7th, it just fucking exploded. I'm like, I definitely didn't know about the level of influence Israel has on our country. And so now that I do know that, I'm like, well, fuck, I don't like that. And I'm starting to see that there's a lot more control that I don't want. Or just a lot more from Israel in general that I don't want. But the fact is, that's been going on for a long time. And someone like me only ever understood it as anti-Semitism because it was Jews! And not, well, you see how this goes here, and Bibi Netanyahu. I just didn't know. And Nick Fuentes certainly did not help. He said I wanted to give Hassan a dono. I'm afraid he buy batteries. Got him. We got Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. And we got Blake said it's funny to me that a genocide usually means a population being wiped out. So how did the Palestinians' population grow during a genocide? It's a good question. That's not what attempting to genocide means. Oh, you're saying like that just because they attempted it doesn't mean they were successful. Fair enough. Hey, we got King Nirvana. Welcome to the party. Very Good to see ya. But we had Zelensky come to our Congress and tell us that we had to give them money, and our congressmen and senators were wearing the Ukraine flag before the American flag. Yeah, that I definitely was not happy about either. And it was a lot easier to be more outspoken about that because it really did seem to just come out of nowhere. Whereas the Israel thing, there's people who have been on that the entire time. And again, it's just like the Nick Fuentes of the world. They've just been using the worst possible rhetoric that none of us who are normal people could actually understand the facts of the matter. But yeah, that outside influence, I don't like it. Well, I mean, there's not as many of them as the rest of you whites. T said, I remember you being confused by the phrase every single time some months ago. You were so adorable. I still don't really, is this like it's the Jews again thing? Or is this I'm still confused by it. So that earns you a screenshot. Let's see if on New Year's I remember it. So tell me again, what is that referring to? Is it just like, oh, it's the Jays again? Is that what that means? Blake said, like I said, if we're talking about money, we've given Ukraine more money in 6 years than we given Israel in 60. That may be true. And again, I'm certainly not the expert on all that stuff. Influence on how we make our policy from Ukraine, like I do from Israel. Both are bad. I'm America first. If we fix at home, they can deal with all of that. But I don't necessarily think it's fair to compare them one to one. I think we could both say, well, this is shitty over here, but it's different because of this is shitty over here because it's different because of that. You know what I mean?
Happened in Minnesota, you don't have the right to go into Target and grab a flat screen TV, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I wanted to do a documentary. I wanted to dive deeper on the topic, and it was round of applause from a Daily Wire. This is amazing. Give her a platform. Well, then I watched virtually the exact same thing, right? Using race as an excuse, saying, "Oh, well, we have to do this for Jews. You do have this event, this event that happened, which was singular, and then they tried to extrapolate it." And I'm going, "Well, it's still wrong, right?
Right.
Well, the law is the law. Like, morality is morality. Doesn't matter if a black person does it or if a Jewish person does it. You don't get to rob and steal Palestinian homes."
Exactly.
Oh, there we go. Well, shout out, brother. Thank you. Hopefully, see you when you get out.
Exactly.
And suddenly, it was, you're an anti-Semite. You deserve to have nothing. You shouldn't even be allowed to travel to Australia.
She should do everything that's coming from the Daily Wire in a Ben Shapiro voice.
Because you are akin to Adolf Hitler.
That's
the
crazy.
Same people.
Well, you're basically Adolf Hitler.
People that gave me the platform. And so it was a very tough pill to swallow.
So Australia banned you after you said that it's a genocide?
Yeah, that was the beginning of I was temporarily banned for ads from YouTube because they
banned Sneeko too. They really don't want any kind of crazy over in Australia.
Organized online and started mass reporting my new channel. I got banned from Australia, got fired from the Daily Wire. They started putting pressure, Ben Shapiro in particular, on, this is the Zionist lobby. It's not just in America,
powerful.
It's global.
Yeah.
And so I went from being a rock star to suddenly...
Yeah, we call that just being hot.
She is Adolf Hitler.
Well, I was gonna say she's under 40, so she doesn't get cougar yet, but that just means she's hot
and deserves nothing in her life because she has a moral principle. So you kind of look and you go, well, I have two options here. I can play the game, and do like the majority of people do, and just look the other way and say, oh, I don't really care about what's happening overseas.
Go along to get along.
Mm-hmm. Or you take a bold stand and you say, I'll rebuild it, because I don't want to have a house that's made because I'm silent on issues that actually impact my soul. I want to get into heaven.
Okay, I mean, there's that for sure. But on top of that, I don't think people who go...
Hold on TV, I don't think it... we had a... Yeah. We're... Yeah, that's the same one. Oh, they're behind everything. Every single time. Well, we got a new inside joke.
Okay, I mean, there's that for sure. But on top of that, I don't think people who go along to get along realize they're going to get caught. Because audiences aren't stupid. And we might be in an environment where you can get away with either being silent or providing ridiculous excuses for why you're not speaking out against what's really going on. or why you're not, willing to tell the truth about what's going on. Eventually, there's going to be enough videos of dead children. Eventually, when it comes to the war in Iran, the gas prices and the inflation is going to be so bad that you're going to lose people, and people are going to wake up to what the reality is. And when they are personally harmed, when their own household is personally harmed by these policies that, the government pursues based on moneyed interests or foreign pressure, well, they're going to lose support from the people. And what do? The first thing they do is they engage in intimidation tactics, censorship. The more the, pro-Israel crowd and the Zionists attempt to censor people and intimidate them, the more counterproductive they're being for their own cause.
Right, but they
because
don't
it wakes people up.
They don't think long term.
That's true for really any cause as well. But I mean, here specifically, shout out to Mystery Man. Welcome to the party. A Trumpus? What is a Trumpus? A chick who likes Trump? Welcome.
They're always thinking short term and what's right in front of them. They're not trying to make friends. They're trying to terrify people. They operate exactly like a mafia. Who would you say on the left of people that maybe like were your heroes, were you shocked didn't take the moral position?
I don't talk about him that often because it really does break my heart. He was the best reporter after the 2008 economic collapse. Matt Taibbi.
So wait, are we talking about Anna? Or are we talking about Candace? Or both?
He hasn't taken the wrong position. He's just decided to be silent for whatever reason. And that kind of breaks my heart because he's such an amazing journalist and reporter. And I thought that he would be an important voice in exposing the truth to people. But for whatever reason, he's just decided to remain silent. And when people kind of
well, look at that freeze frame. Love it.
To nudge him about it, he continued to be silent and then defensive. And I'm like, there's something going on. And I'm also in a different place in my life where I don't feel the need to like just go out of my way to attack people. Like I used to be an attack dog a little bit. So I'm not like going out of my way to attack him or anything.
Dang,
I'm just
that's your
disappointed.
girl.
And so I just note it for the record and then I move on to people I can trust.
Yeah, so much of that. I think especially for me, like obviously the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Yeah, I bet.
Was just...
We gotta give a big fucking dilly. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Yes, talking about Matt Taibbi.
Obviously the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Yeah, I bet.
Was just... I will never see politics the same. I'm like, what did that man live for?
Yeah,
he platformed all of you. Everyone.
What if it was her? What if it was her? This entire time, she knew her career was dying. She's like, well, you gotta go, Charlie.
I just thought there would be an army of people assembled. And I thought we'd have a truth in a week. This man is like the reason Donald Trump is in office. He was like brothers with Don Trump. So could you imagine the shock that I have gone through? Like Kash Patel, who was the person writing hardcore for Kash Patel.
Kash Patel, there's something going on with that brother. I don't know what is.
There's a lot of things going on with Kash Patel, and none of them are good for America. I don't really know what that sounds like. I've read his stuff and I've seen him on Twitter and stuff, but I'm sure it's great, bro. I'm sure it's great. I believe it.
Going on with him. But there's something very strange about him. I mean, it could just be a lack of competence for the role that he's in. But when you consider the fact that he's our FBI director still, when you consider the fact that we have depleted 80% of our missile interceptors because we've given military aid to Israel, Ukraine, we're currently using interceptors, in this war against Iran. I'm worried about our national security. Our national security, and I'm not one of these like, ooh, I'm going to scare everybody. I'm not a scaremonger. And I never bought into national security threats or that narrative from the government when it came to manufacturing consent for wars that we got involved in. But right now, when you just look at the facts, our military capability is weakened. We don't have the manufacturing capacity that Iran has, for instance. Like they build $5,000.
And that we were promised in terms of the manufacturing. Kash was a bad choice in the sense that he purported himself to be somebody who was going to release the Epstein files, among other things, of course. But you had one job, bro. You had one job. And I mean, what can you say? What can you say? I still believe that he, Dan Bongino, Trump himself, I think they all had good intentions in terms of wanting to release the files, but they got. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the level of blackmail is, but something got to them, and now they're useless. That drags his feet. Well, I don't think she was necessarily saying that he was going to be at the forefront. I think she was looking at him to be having a more level-headed view. I'm just going based on what she said. I don't really know her opinion, and I don't really read Matt that often. I mean, I know of him, but not the daily read, if you will. Hey, we got Bugs in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. I would imagine that you've seen this. I'd imagine that you wouldn't let this one go by. Welcome to the party. So the comment section of that video gave me hope. Are we almost at the end of Pandora's box yet? Well, I sure hope so. We got Mr. Alley Cat. Welcome. Has Candace shown Anna the money yet? What, the $7,000? Or what money are we talking about? The money from the Egyptian planes? Or the money from Bridget McCrone?
Manufacturing.
Oh, TV's leaving us already. Thank you so very, very much. Our sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciate you, brother. You have a fantastic night.
Our military capability is weakened.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have the manufacturing capacity that Iran has, for instance. Like, they build $5,000.
What is this on? This isn't the first time I've heard of Widow's Bay, but I don't know where else I heard of it. Like, where is that? It's streaming, I assume. Where is that?
Drones real quick. We have an entire corrupt system where these defense contractors, first of all, we don't have like the industrial base and the manufacturing capacity to build these weapons as quickly as we would need. Okay. And then on top of that, just because we're spending an arm and a leg on our Pentagon, on our defense budget, doesn't mean that we're getting our money's worth.
No, we're sending it overseas.
Wait, and on top of that,
did Anna just realize that our taxes are not spent well? Oh, Anna. I was kind of hoping that with this team up, we would get Candace bringing Anna a little bit more to the right, and Anna would bring Candace a little bit back down to earth. I don't know if that's gonna happen. Shout out to Equality and Deference because vagina over on Rumble said like and share. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff is free. It's easy. It helps out so very, very much. And it doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome to the party.
We're spending more than we need to on the weaponry that we purchase, the defense capabilities we purchase from these private defense contractors.
That's the kickbacks.
Yeah,
that's the entire neocon class.
Exactly.
And that's the Meghan McCains of the world who sit up there, have accomplished absolutely nothing in their lives, but just sit up there and go, war, totally. Because my trust fund needs to grow, and have the audacity to lecture us.
I have a funny story about Meghan McCain.
I am amazed that she has the audacity to ever speak, but my daddy, that's her whole position in life. My daddy, she's never done literally anything.
I've never met
my daddy.
I've never met a woman in the media space or political space who's less intellectually curious.
Most unimpressive.
She
follow up on this box. Why do you say that? You think Anna underestimates our weapons production and military might? Because
who's less intellectually curious.
Most unimpressive.
She used to host a show called Take Part Live. And at this time, she and I knew each other. And so I would fill in when one of the hosts was out. But we interacted. And I remember one time they called me in to be a guest on the panel. And they were going to talk about, this is during the Obama administration. They were going to.
I don't even know why I try anymore. I don't even know why I try. I'm going to try one more time. And then I'm going to know for all of the rest of history. That Box is unable to follow up on the things that he says. But I believe he is better. I don't know. The rest of us don't know Anna like you know Anna. So when you say something like that, that's directly relevant, and I ask you to follow up, say more, then say more on it, bro. I don't know why you do that. Why do you just say things and stop the whole show to be like, oh, interesting point, Box. Thank you for taking the time to say that. I'm going to stop my entire show to see if maybe I can pull a little bit more out of you. It's your last chance. This is your last chance.
To talk about Obama's expansion of drone use in, the Middle East. And a lot of innocent people were getting killed, a lot of collateral damage. And people were very critical about that. And so she just had to read an article so she would know what the story is as we talk about it on the show.
Don't be sorry, just talk to me.
She had no interest at all. I'm like, why are you even in this space? What are you doing?
You could see that even when she was on The View.
Oh, totally.
She just had nothing to add that was intellectual or that looked like she maybe studied. She just comes across like they had a butler who did her homework. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that she reads very few books.
Are they talking about what is it that Anna Vasquez or somebody else? I mean, what do you mean? You can't. What is it that there's no way? There's no way that any exploration. There's no way to expand on this. If there's not, then guess what? The Discord still fucking works. I'm literally going to shut it down. You guys, it's like begging you guys to use it. The only time anybody says anything is when somebody fucking spams and gets hacked. I don't even know why I try anymore. Shout out to Rowdy Gowdy. Good to see you, sir. Welcome. Ooh, Box, what's that? He's not. I told you he's not going to do it. I told you. So when Box says things, oh, okay, thanks, Box.
Because there's just something about her, and yet she has this attitude and this sense of this arrogance. Well, my daddy, and has no idea what the general viewpoint is of her father. That's also stunning. It's like she thinks like her dad is some like very well-liked politician. No, actually, on the right or on the left, was your father very well liked, or is he very respected? And I think people chose this sort of respectful silence, obviously, when he passed away. And for me, a moment where I really saw what she was when she used her father's funeral to dunk on Trump. Like,
I don't remember that.
Oh gosh, the speech. Yeah.
So Meghan McCain is who they're talking about, right?
My dad would say that this country was always great because, Trump said, make America great again.
That's right. I do remember that now.
And I just thought to myself, what is your life?
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you have a real life? If you think that I would waste one sentence, one breath towards an enemy when my father...
the funeral?
At the funeral. It's like, are you kidding me? You're trying to mention...
Equality, yeah. Thank you. Meghan McCain. That's who they're talking about.
When my father,
the funeral,
at the funeral, it's like, are you kidding me? You're trying to dunk a political. It's just, it was to me so crass, and so, it's the arrogance that goes with it. When we know you've worked for nothing in your life and you have had everything handed to you, and you actually don't have any moral principle outside of more war.
Yeah.
And the amount of people who are dying, it's the way these people speak to us, and I'm saying left and right, the way they speak to us when they call us evil, psychopathic.
When we're worried about innocent people getting killed, like that, at the heart of it is that we find it immoral, just like I did on October 7th. I find it immoral when civilians are targeted and killed.
Mm-hmm.
So
crazy take there from Anna.
I was not ever one of those people who cheered on what happened on October 7th.
Right.
Never. I never would. That goes against who I am as a human being. I value human life, and I don't think civilians should be targeted for any reason. Anytime they are, the person doing the targeting, the group doing the targeting is in the wrong, period.
That's it.
So when you now have upward of 75,000 people killed in Gaza, and you mention that to a Israel firster or a Zionist, and they respond to you immediately by saying, what about October 7th? What that communicates to me is that you do have a problem with...
That we were extremely annoying for the last 10 years when anytime anybody said anything about anything, and we said, what about January 6th, right? That's what you're going to take from that, Anna, right? Shout out to Olivia. Welcome to the party. I think the game here is for them to be on a team with each other, not versus. I don't think it's a debate, but welcome to the party. I said someone crazy. I almost vomited with rage. Jesus Christ.
Civilian lives being lost on a particular side.
Mm-hmm.
But civilian lives mean nothing to you. At first I thought when it comes to the Palestinians, but no. I feel like human life doesn't matter to them at all, unless we're talking about a Jewish Zionist. Because if you're a Jewish person, like Dave Smith, for instance,
they'll kill you too. They could care
but
less
you're
about
not
you.
a Zionist. They couldn't care less. You're right. They could
Shout
not
out
care
to
less.
Dave. Dilly to Dave Smith. Far from perfect, but definitely a great voice in the changing landscape.
Yes, and I just find that so immoral. But they turn around and they try to make us look like we're the immoral ones because we have a problem and we're speaking out about this.
That's exactly right. And you understand.
I don't know why YouTube is doing this. My jokes aren't going to work if it's
because we have a problem and we're speaking out about this.
That's exactly right.
You know, like the woke people do.
You understand even within the Jewish population, and that's why I've done so much. I've made such an effort over the last year to wake up Jewish Americans to this, right?
Yes.
Because I view them as you were brainwashed. This is what you think. I mean, this is the whole reason they started the program of birthright. And when the ADL guy got caught, like at a private call saying that, like, we need to kind of come up with something. We're losing Gen Z. We got to do like we did when we established that program for birthright. And this is why Max Blumenthal has done such incredible work, because he went on birthright and he spoke about that experience. They're brainwashing them so young, right? We are all subject to brainwashing. That is the most important thing that I think I have come out of learning. As like, how did I get brainwashed? I thought the same.
I'm not gonna make it, guys. I'm not gonna make it. So talk more about that. What is the plan to get the youth?
Same thing. I was watching the Holocaust movies. All of that is a part of your growing up, your brainwashing experience, what you're learning in the classroom.
Yep, we all had History Channel, 7 different World War II documentaries a week.
Who is the victim, you know, and who do you have to defend? Who is being oppressed? And so there's this sort of trigger mechanism that is within all of us. It's buried within us from the time that we're kids, and we don't realize it because we're just taking in so much media. We're listening to our teachers, and then we're like, October 7th happens, and then they go, remember all that stuff? Like, this is now, you have to understand what they're going to do next. Think about what happened. You don't want another Holocaust.
It's like priming you to be accepting of something that just goes against your core principles.
And for Jewish Americans too. So you can understand why they reacted the way that they did right away.
Of course.
Yeah. They're going to get that 20 times worse. It's going to be your stories about your grandma in your book. You go to temple, you go to synagogue, and you're going to have those presets. And then it went too far. And a lot of them snapped out of it. And now I get Jewish people emailing me.
Totally.
Being like, I don't know what this is. I don't know why I'm being told I have to defend Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know why I'm being told I have to defend Bibi Netanyahu. So
can we just address how brazenly obvious, like, okay, when every pro-Israel media figure comes out at the same time and basically says, oh, there's no...
all exactly the same shit. That is probably some bullshit coming from the top. Yeah. So white supremacists, the left, and the kind of Christianity that started the Holocaust are merging. History don't repeat, but it rhymes. I would ask for a follow-up, but we're not going to get it.
Big deal with the Epstein files. They shouldn't be released. You're giving it away. Like, you're giving it away. Like, you guys are too obvious. And what I'm wondering is, was the propaganda always this bad? Or is it that we're just a lot more awake now because there's diversified independent media? People are kind of breaking out of their bubble, so it's harder to lie to us. So their like propaganda muscle has atrophied to some extent.
So well said.
Right?
And it really is. Like, this is not, I mean, I know it fits with the joke, but it really is kind of difficult to stay on who they actually is. Are you saying the left? Are you saying the Israel firsters? Or who's lost their propaganda arm? Oh my God!
I think it's the latter. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we are more awake than we've ever been. There's independent media, and it's also, like you said earlier, they can't help themselves. So the entire strategy of a Daily Wire try to destroy me actually woke a lot of people up. It's like, my goodness, Candace was going around Judeo-Christian, doing all the things. She worked at Prager. You want me to believe that overnight Candace Owens became an anti-Semite?
For
Adolf
real,
Hitler?
though. I know.
She was working with Ben Shapiro and Marisha Straight and Dennis Prager. And they're like, yeah, no, it's crazy how...
We said, commies always do an LGBT purge. Bud Light sponsors Pride. If the right didn't want us dead, you could have a bigger coalition. Who's us? I'm so confused. What are we fucking talking about? What is an LGBT purge? How is that connected to Bud Light sponsoring Pride? And who is the right wanting dead? And what are we talking about? I'm not a mind reader, guys. You gotta articulate what the fuck you're saying.
Ben Shapiro and Marisha Strait and Dennis Prager, and they're like, yeah, no, it's crazy how it happened. She fell and bumped her head, and now she's Adolf Hitler, and that it's the whiplash. It's too fast.
Yeah.
People go, okay, you had me. Maybe you had me at Nick Fuentes. This is like people go,
What? Did you think that people were going to talk in full sentences and ideas here? What do you think this is? I don't know. And yeah, caller's asking, is Olivia LGBT? Maybe. I don't know. We're waiting for some follow-up, but it seems like that doesn't really happen too much here.
Okay, he was done early. He's 18. We didn't know who he was. But they just start moving, and then you're going, it's
This might be the day that I decide to not really engage with chat as much going forward, because we stopped the show too much.
Oh no, Tucker Carlson bumped his head and became Adolf Hitler.
Right.
It becomes way too, and then you go, okay, let me go back and really see what's happening
Totally,
here.
because I mean, look, Nick Fuentes' rhetoric is nowhere close to Tucker Carlson's rhetoric. Nowhere close to it.
They're all in the same box.
Right, but they're lumped together. And to me, this isn't really about hatred toward Jewish people, which I find immoral, just like I would find hatred toward Muslims or hatred toward Christians. Like, hating any group of people simply based on their identity is wrong. I've always been against that. Yeah. But yeah, it just seems like I forgot where I was going with that. Yeah, a lot of people I think they were just kind of part of this algorithmic bubble where they're only exposed to one thing. And when it came to the Muslim population, I think that the dehumanization was seen in the media across the board. And that brainwashing worked for a really long time. I mean, it definitely convinced Americans to support.
It's just brainwashing, because they don't actually believe the things that they are told to believe and blow themselves up that they believe and live their entire lives as if they believe. It's just brainwashing. They don't fuck their cousins. They don't fuck little girls. They don't allow you to grape this, that, and the other. That's just brainwashing. Shout out to Excuse Me, but welcome. Said Candace is going to Russia next week because my husband loves fishing there. Not saying they're funding her, but it just seems like a sus reason to go to Russia, all of us, of all places. I guess we will see. Welcome to the party. Notice how that was a full idea.
Or wars that we shouldn't have supported.
Going back to those presets when we're in our youth, 9/11.
Yep.
It was so raw.
Olivia,
it was so scary. The way they made us stand up at 9/11 every day, the time in school. Moment of silence for what the Muslims did to us. But think about, like, that's kind of, so I was just like, Muslims, like, this is just how they live. This is what they do.
Yeah. The real ones.
And didn't register to me as Islamophobia. I just thought I'm educated. It's a token of your education to understand how despicable Muslims are.
I remember that. I remember that so well. I remember the unfair attacks against Muslims. By the way, I mean, there are different Muslim beliefs, like sects and whatever, but everything was just lumped together. Muslims bad. And this is going to be used as a justification for us to enrich defense contractors. They profit off war. Right now, there's a town in Alabama where they make rockets and military weaponry, and it's booming all of a sudden because of the war against Iran.
Shout out to JL. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Do I agree with what? That's three of you. We haven't even been going an hour, guys. That's three of you maybe not in a row. With three of you are just throwing shit out there. Please, I cannot read your mind. I don't know what you are talking about. Say the thing. Do I agree with? Thank you. Very much appreciated. Shout out to Jesse on Fire.
Rockets and military weaponry, and it's booming all of a sudden because of the war against Iran. And it's funny listening to an interview of like one of the workers there, because they're able to like compartmentalize the economic boom they're experiencing from what it's feeding into. And so when you think about how people's livelihoods get wrapped up into questions of peace and war, when you consider the fact that our media apparatus, especially when it comes to legacy media or corporate media, is very much part of the propaganda campaigns to, in my opinion, just trick Americans into supporting things that actually work against their own interests.
Like bringing a bunch of Muslims here, right?
What?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
All of that stuff started to kind of get chipped away at by independent media and people being willing to honestly critique their own side. There aren't a lot of people in who chipped away at by independent media.
I
And people
disagree
being
with that entirely. The only reason I think that, at least personally, I was able to understand what the whole "Centrals" thing even was because of independent media putting that out there and then having the conversation. And as they say, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Now I can watch a clip of Nick Fuentes and be able to see, okay, maybe he's saying something I do agree with. Maybe he's saying something I don't agree with. But when he says something like the Jews, I understand what he's trying to say, even if I think that's a stupid way to say it. Anna's wrong again. Do you agree with mass deportation? Yes. Yes, I do.
willing to honestly critique their own side. There aren't a lot of people in the media who are willing to do that, just a handful that I can think of, but I think that woke a lot of people up. I really did. I really do think it did.
And the whiplash of, oh, Tucker Carlson was fine for Fox News and CNN and everything. And then all of a sudden, no, Tucker Carlson, very, very bad. You can't listen. But we're starting to notice this pattern that it's the same issue that suddenly gets these people who are welcomed, loved by the mainstream, adored by the mainstream, and then suddenly thrust to the side and having not just their livelihoods impacted, but also our families. I was watching this attack on your husband, like my husband's being attacked, your husband's being attacked. And by the way, kudos for you for just coming back. Thank you. Yes, it is my husband. He's hot. I'm glad you found him.
I mean,
right? He's hot. Thank you. But what actually sits at this?
And so then that exactly what she was just saying. Yeah, I think the independent media chipped away at this idea that that Muslims are bad. It's like, wait, no. It's the complete opposite. It's the independent media that has allowed people to not, maybe not on the left, but certainly on the right, to be able to see, no. It's not just because we're being mean. It's not because we hate. It's not because we think Christianity is better. Put that to the side. It's about this specific thing. It's okay that it's encouraged that they married their young cousins. They are not actually for true liberty. Whether we want to joke around about, oh, women shouldn't do this and that and that and that. I think at the end of the day, we do actually believe, I mean, I do. I don't want to speak for you, but I do think we all genuinely believe that women should be treated equally in society under the law. They're not, they don't need to be voted, but not to the level that the Muslims do. So what the fuck is she talking about? I think we are. They're at least going to try. They're definitely going to try.
Center of that. Let's now try to get and harass Anna Kasparian's husband. Why do you think that became now their prime motivator?
Well, because
it's the internet and it's a thing to do. What is this question?
I don't want to say I'm unbreakable, but I am kind of unbreakable. Like, I'm the kind of person who does not respond well to others telling me what I can and can't think or what I can and can't say. So I might fall prey to brainwashing and propaganda. We're all susceptible to that. However, when you're straight up telling me you're not allowed to think that, you're not allowed to say that, I just get very irritable and I double down. It's like not the way to persuade me to think otherwise, right? And so I mean, they've done some damage to me financially. I got fired from a job that I really, like a side job where I was doing investigative reporting on California-based stories, because there's a lot going down in California that I think people need to be aware about to make smarter decisions when they vote. So even though that was one of the more difficult jobs, like I was writing features, like 2,000-word pieces that were like original reporting. It was hard. It was very time-consuming, but I loved that job so much. They took it from me. I guess there was one board member at the company that didn't like my commentary. I called Jonathan Conriquez, who's a IDF propagandist. He's usually on like Piers Morgan's show and whatever. I was on with him and I called him a terrorist because he's a terrorist. And that was it. Like that was.
Is he though? As I said, mainstream media used to manufacture consent. Now everyone is free to disagree on everything. The downside is all the fighting. And I mean, I think that it is like, I get what you're saying, that it's not fun that everybody's fighting about things, but I don't even necessarily see it as a downside. I think it's a temporary inconvenience. Like if you want to go from looking like me to looking like somebody who has an actual man's body, then you're gonna have to go through some stuff. You're gonna have to work out and eat well, and that there's gonna be, you could say that's the downside. And I guess technically it is the downside, but I think all that fighting is paving the way for better discussions. And so I guess the we can call it the necessary downside. Mr. Man, so there's an old video where Netanyahu said the Twin Towers will be attacked years before 9/11. Well, to be fair, they were attacked years before 9/11. They've been trying to get on that. But yep, I mean, ain't nothing new. Ain't nothing new. Israel is not our friend. Box and Matt Walsh single-handedly holding down the Daily Wire. No, I think more people are into Michael than Matt. Michael does way more events, collabs. He has people on his show. He has liberals. He has all that stuff. Matt just does his show. He just finds a thing to yap about for 12 minutes, and 3 of those minutes are an ad read, and calls it a day. I mean, I don't know what they do behind the paywall, but unless you're talking from behind the paywall, I'm gonna disagree. And it said 3 minutes in, money in politics, and TV made it happen. Fair, true, but the aspect that she's talking about, right-wing independent media is making people more brainwashed, is just wrong. It's objectively wrong.
That's what got me fired. Whatever, but I'll take it. I want to be free. I don't want to work for this is not a news organization if you guys are going to censor people on what they can and can't say on what's going down in the Middle East right now. So, okay, fine. You took that from me. But once they realized that, like, taking things away from me wasn't working, once they realized, like, TYT is not going to fire her, they're like, okay, what else can we do? And they immediately move on to collective punishment. They are big believers in the ideology of collective punishment. So we're going to go after her family. We're going to go after her husband, who's a freaking PE teacher, who is not political. By the way, after they did go after him, this is the second time. First time they did it, suddenly my husband's asking me questions about what's happening in Gaza. Suddenly he's listening to my show. And I'm like, oh, you never...
It's a backfire! And so, like, obviously, in that context, yeah, there's powers that be. But let's not forget, again, like I said earlier, this is just the internet. People are going to go after things just because it's there to go after. It doesn't matter that I own the fact that I'm a short little dude. Like, people are going to try to make fun of me for being short and for being brown and for being Indian and for this. And one fucker for weeks was making fun of the fact that my grandma died. People will just take whatever it is. So it's not some like some specific thing about you and what you're saying in the. It's just the internet, girl. Chill.
Because he's not a political person at all. I'm like, why are you asking me questions suddenly? Why are you listening to the show regularly? He's like, because they made me want to know what's going on.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Claudia said, stupid husband, you are not supposed to listen to your wife.
And so, like, their efforts in attacking people, intimidating people, censoring people is so counterproductive, but they're too stupid to realize it.
Right. All right, you guys, are you working hard every day?
What are we? There we go. I didn't see that, but just in general, from what I can see from on this side of the paywall, Michael Knowles is definitely bringing in more views than Matt Walsh. That's speculation. I could be wrong, but that's what I think.
They are quite literally attacking Zionists. They will attack to try to hurt me. They will attack Zionists.
That's amazing.
There was this whole thread where Laura Loomer was going after like my lawyers, and she's like, "This side, okay." So are you BDS now? Like, you know what I mean? Are you saying like that I should not work in any capacity with Zionists? That's literally,
I mean, yeah,
boycott, divest, and sanction. So I'm turning Zionists into promoters of BDS, which is incredible. They don't even, like I said, there's no thought process. It's just attack.
The fuck is BDS? Did I miss that? What should it? BDS.
And is that BDS now? Was going after like my lawyers, and she's like, "This side, okay. So are you BDS now? Like, you know what I mean? Are you saying like,
what does that mean?" Okay. Do you no money? Yeah. What does it mean? Got it. So we don't know. Fair enough.
Like that I should not work in any capacity with Zionists. That's literally
I mean, yeah, that is
boycott, divest, and sanction. So I'm turning
Right.
Zionists into promoters of BDS, which is incredible. They don't even,
Yep.
like I said, there's no thought process. It's just
Not
attack,
at all.
attack, attack, attack. It's like I have to spend money with a lawyer. Okay, there are millions of lawyers. They're all over.
Is that what it
There are
means? Is that what it means? It's just anti-Israel, don't fund Israel. What is the BDNS? Oh, you put that. Okay, but why did you just? Oh, I feel like you guys are trying to trigger me. BDS stands for boycott, divestment, and sanctions. Why that needed to be 3 different chats, I don't know, but thank you.
And over here, if you want to attack a lawyer for getting paid, you're doing the work of actually what people think people should boycott, divest away from Zionists in general. And so
7 seconds later,
this is not a big deal to me, but there is a desperation. There's something right now that feels very fragile. They're getting so increasingly desperate. Like
They are.
We're going after people's husbands. We're going after people's lawyers. We will try to just harass you, and it's obviously not working at all.
It's not working.
I'm like you. I just dig my feet in even more, and I'm like, let's suit up for battle. Let's do this thing. I am not going to be broken by this. You guys have tried so much. But right now, I mean, the radical nature of Trump's tweets right now.
Oh my gosh.
They're unhinged. And I used to enjoy, they used to be pithy, one sentence, and hit at some modicum of truth, like only Rosie O'Donnell. That's just funny to people because it's like he's saying
The pithy
basically
part,
Rosie O'Donnell. This is not that. This
No,
is like
this is a
the
different level.
rantings.
I am breaking down, guys. I am breaking the fuck down. What the fuck was I gonna say? She's right about the pithy thing. Jesus fucking Christ.
He's saying basically Rosie O'Donnell. This is not that. This
No,
is like
this is a
the
different level.
rantings of a madman. I don't have time to read all of this. And at its core, it's just he's being instructed to attack people who don't support Israel.
It's crazy. It's absolutely insane.
What are we getting close to?
Yeah.
That's my question. What are we getting close to? If they don't feel like they're in control.
Guys, I'm gonna give you a huge fucking cheat code for the censors. O's look like zeros. Ones look like L's or I's. Figure it the fuck out.
Right now. They feel
They're
like
not.
an animal backed into a corner that's fighting and just lashing.
Well, it's funny because they are in control of the levers of power, right? And that's definitely scary. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want to minimize that. But at the same time, they are no longer in control of the narrative. And Americans are waking up to just how much our government has been, I mean, for lack of a better word, infiltrated by people who are much more concerned with foreign policy that benefits Israel above and beyond, you know, what's better for the American people.
And
This war against Iran doesn't benefit us in any way, shape, or form.
all right, I'm gonna try to.
And we
restart
went
this.
into
This
it
is-
with no strategy, no
this-
plan.
Did you see how fucking long that was? I'm gonna try to restart the fucking thing because I'm getting pissed off and now it's fucking putting me in a mood. Give me a second. Oh my god. What is this? This better be my fucking stream. Why is it opening already on a stream? Nope. Go to my fucking page. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. This is why I need a second to just make sure that maybe, just maybe, the stream gods will have a nice little reset. And you know what? I'm not even going to reset. No, we are going to reset. Restart, I mean. Where's the fucking button? BRB. Holy fucking shit, dude. Oh my god. Even that's not working. Jesus Christ. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second here. I don't know why it's doing this. Fuck. It's okay. So at least it's asking for an update. I'm not going to do that right now, but god damn it. Like, this shit infuriates me. Just do the thing. Do the thing you're supposed to do. I literally bought this entire computer just to be able to stream video. That's it. I'm not trying to play the most creative fucking game with a million different fucking things. I just want to play the video and get the audio from it. That's it. It's not that fucking complicated. And this whole fucking setup can't get a fucking pause and play. I can hear it. Let's see if it's fucking playing. All right, let's try this the fuck again before I fucking murder someone. All right, let me leave this. I think it is Windows 11. I don't know. It's whatever the fuck was on it. Whatever the fuck was on here is what it is. What should Windows not be able to play videos? Is that what the fuck we're talking about? Is that where we're at in technology? That asking a gaming computer to play a video and then pause when I ask it to pause. It's because it's Windows 11. That's why. Jesus fucking Christ. That's what I'm trying to do, man. I am not in a good mood. I am not in a good mood, and I am really trying to... What the fuck happened here? It went to the end of the stream. Because who fucking cares where we were or what I...
How?
We were right after the ad break. All right, let's just go back here. I mean, but bro, like I've been doing this for years. And then all of a sudden last week, it's just like, no, playing a video is gonna take 10 minutes. And you're gonna have to react to something that was just said. So you need to pause it immediately and then say it before you forget it. Because you're also reading things in the chat as the video is playing and you're thinking about what you're saying. And so when it takes an extra 3 seconds, then it fucks all of that up. Then I forget what was just said. Other things are said that takes it away from when I'm from what I'm responding to. Then I forget what you guys said. So then I got to everything slows down. So let's just hope that everything is solved. And of course, full drink.
Doing the work of actually what people think people should boycott, divest, away from Zionists in general. And so I'm like, okay, this is not a big deal to me, but there is a desperation. There's something right now that feels very fragile. They're getting so increasingly desperate. Like
They are.
We're going after people's husbands. We're going after people's lawyers. We will try to just harass you, and it's obviously not working at all.
It's not working.
I'm like you. I just dig my feet in even more, and I'm like, let's suit up for battle. Let's do this thing. I am not going to be broken by this. You guys have tried so much. But right now, I mean, the radical nature of Trump's...
I'm trying. Like I mean, there's a different. Like you guys can tell that is a difference. That a different level of me being pissed off than like, you know, just when my voice goes high. It's like I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There's that, and like here, I'm getting legitimately upset. I'm trying, and it just always fucking happens that way. There's just always something. But moving the fuck on.
Much. But right now, I mean, the radical nature of Trump's tweets right now.
Oh my gosh.
They're unhinged. And I used to enjoy, they used to be pithy.
We're gonna end a fucking civilization on Easter.
Sentence and hit at some modicum of truth, like only Rosie O'Donnell. That's just funny to people because it's like he's saying basically Rosie O'Donnell. This is not that. This is like the rantings of a madman. I don't have time to read all of this. And at its core, it's just he's being instructed to attack people who don't support Israel.
It's crazy. It
does seem that way. And like the question then becomes if he's going that way, is this an example of this is who he always was? Is this an example of now that he knows, like, he's losing support and he's on his way out, he's just like, fuck it? Or is there something deeper and darker going on?
Absolutely insane.
What are we getting close to?
Yeah.
That's my question. What are we getting close to? If they don't feel like they're in control right now. They feel
They're
like
not.
an animal backed into a corner that's fighting and just lashing.
It literally is. You guys know from the laptop that I started this channel on, the fan stopped working. And so, like, the computer still works. So I was like, all right, eventually I'm going to need, another laptop. So the same thing. I buy it. It was just some basic ass Dell computer. Like, it's the consumer brand that you buy in Best Buy, not some gaming thing or whatever. So then I just buy a newer Dell that has more RAM and more this and more that and more. I'm like, we should be good to go. Camera sucks. It's super fucking slow. Then I'm like, all right, fine. I guess this is happening. I gotta buy an actual gaming laptop. I buy the gaming laptop, and it's still not as good. It's still not as good as an 8-year-old Dell. It's still not as good as an 8-year-old Dell. So now that has replaced my Chromebook, which still has issues playing videos on Netflix or YouTube half the goddamn time. And so I bought that entire computer. Like, eventually when my good Dell dies, I'm going to have to switch over to that. But yeah, it's going backwards. I don't understand. I don't understand how that is possible. But here we are. Anyway, Trump's gone insane.
They're in control right now. They feel
They're
like
not.
an animal backed into a corner that's fighting and just lashing.
Well, it's funny because they are in control of the levers of power, right? And that's definitely scary. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Right, but who is they when clearly we're talking about disparate ideas and coalitions of the right? Like, yes, Republicans have the levers of power, but as we're talking here, the point is that it's not just a monolith.
I don't want to minimize that, but at the same time, they are no longer in control of the narrative, and Americans are waking up to just how much our government has been, I mean, for lack of a better word, infiltrated by people who are much more concerned with foreign policy that benefits Israel above and beyond, what's better for the American people. This war against Iran doesn't benefit us in any way, shape, or form. And we went into
this war. Well, you want to call it a war? Iran has gotten me to the place where I've evolved from who I was on October 7th. When October 7th came around, I was like, I have no idea what's going on. I need to bring people in to tell me what is going on with Israel and Palestine, all that stuff. Now, even though I'm still not I'm not super well educated on foreign affairs, but the initial should we really be doing this of Iran was batted down by a lot of people who were like, oh yeah, well, Trump can't have a nuke. We got to do this. We got to do that. And so I was like, oh, okay, I guess that's what we got to do. And I didn't trust my own self. And so now, a lot of those same people, but a lot of the people who were saying the opposite all along were like, well, now the goal is just to get back to where we were when we started. We could have just done none of this. We wouldn't have lost any lives. I'm not saying it would have been perfect, but anything's better than war, is it not? And I didn't let myself believe that because I assumed, oh, other people know more than me, so they must be right. Nope. Trust your gut. Whatever Israel says, don't do it.
to it with no strategy.
And that's essentially the opposite strategy that Trump has.
No plan.
No support from the people.
Exactly. No support for, I mean, Trump never even thought he needed to make his case to the American people. So we went into it with it being an incredibly
Right. But let's not act like that's a precedent that he set.
unpopular war. The fact that he didn't even consider that Iran would take control of the Strait of Hormuz, thus creating a lot of economic pain for the globe. Like, think about all of our allies right now, longtime allies who are so furious with us. You know, Germany recently came out and had some, strong words against
99999. I cannot ever not do that when someone brings up Germany and is not specifically talking about the Holocaust. Shout out to Inglourious Bastards. Love that fucking movie. The Bear Jew is the one. I don't give a fuck what you say. But I forgot what she said. Closing the strait. So I think here's what I'm my idea that I'm trying to get into something that fits. I think that so my other analogy of Trump was that Trump came in as a loaded AK-47 and there was a lot of targets that needed to be taken out. So, we throw him in there and doing all taking out all of the targets that we're looking for, all that shit, and then click, 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 click. Now he's out. And the swamp is still full. He's still a fucking awesome AK-47, but without any ammo, can't really do much. And so here, in terms of his business dealing, yes, the strait was open before the war. The strait was open before the war. The bear deal, yeah. But so the other analogy that I'm thinking of here is that businessman Trump. He's the deal maker, all that stuff. There is a level. If you think about in sports, there is a level that if you play football, you're going to be decently good enough at other sports just because there's so much overlap in playing football versus soccer versus hockey. It's not exactly the same, and it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be great, but you're going to have that advantage because you have that basis. I think this is a similarity. Instead of comparing sports, we're comparing sports. Let's try that one again. Instead of comparing sports, we're comparing business and politics. And so Trump might be the greatest fucking businessman of all time. I'm not saying this, I'm saying he might be. But that only gets you so far in politics. And it might have gotten him really, 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 really far. And maybe we need him up here, and he is here, and then click, 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 out of ammo. What do you guys think? I think it makes a lot of sense. Shout out to quality and deference because vagina with the $5 rumble rant. Thank you so very, very much. Said money can cheer people up. It definitely can. And even if it doesn't, which it did, Morty will definitely cheer me up. Every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Thank you so very, very much. If you're heading out, you have a fantastic night. Mystery Man said, old farts like Trump are dangerous. They are demented and have nothing to lose. Bingo. Exactly. That's not, and I'm trying to figure out what is the manifestation in Trump's mind of I have nothing to lose. I don't have to worry about it anymore. Where does that bring him? Because that could be either really scary or really good. But in the short term, regardless of where it goes, it's likely not going to be easy to live through. Even if his goals are like, okay, I'm just going to go fucking balls to the wall to make sure that in 100 years, America is great. Maybe. But there's a reason people don't do stuff like that, because things aren't supposed to change that quickly. But we will see. Shout out again to equality and deference. Very, very, very much appreciated.
Would take control of the Strait of Hormuz, thus creating a lot of economic pain for the globe. Like, think about all of our allies right now, longtime allies who are so furious with us. Germany recently came out and had some, strong words against the United States. India has been irritated with us because of first Trump's Liberation Day tariffs, which also seem pretty ham-handed. And I'm saying that as someone who's supportive of targeted tariffs and think, they can work in bringing some jobs back to the United States. But the way he did it made a lot of enemies. Again, I go back to the issue of our, military being weakened because we've given so many weapons away. We've used so many weapons and we've depleted 80% of our missile interceptors. I just feel for the first time that we are not safe. But the thing that gives me a little bit of relief is knowing that people on the left and the right are waking up to it. That gives me hope. If it weren't for that, honestly, I would definitely be 100% black-pilled. I would be a total doomer, and I would see no hope for the future.
The landscape is changing. Guys, just a quick reminder that since we did already hit the movie night goal, and we have a movie night on Sunday, you can double up on that. We are 300 points. Remember, $1 is a point. After party dollars are double points. And so if we hit 400, then we get to pick 2 movies. outside of that, if you want to drop a $20 donation, then you get to pick one of the 4 choices that goes up to the poll that decides which classic movie that I've never seen are we going to watch for a movie night.
But the people are waking up.
Right.
And so the fact that the individuals you're referring to who are backed into a corner don't have control of the narrative, that's why they're backed into the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't know what to do. So they're lashing out and attacking family members, but it's only helping our cause when they do that. Because people see it and they're just like, ew, this is disgusting behavior. Why are you going after a PE teacher
Mm-hmm.
who never said anything about Israel at all, you know?
And so then you put that into the context of the woke right versus the woke left, and it makes a little bit more sense that as things are being realigned, that the woke people are doing shady shit as opposed to believing the wrong things. They believe the wrong things as well, but the thing that makes them woke is them being shady. And so the people that we were just talking about this with, who was it? I forget who it was. We were saying we don't necessarily agree with everything they say, but now we feel a little bit more comfortable that they do believe what they're saying. Who was that? What were we just talking about the other stream? Maybe it was Anna. Because we're talking last time we did the white pride thing, and we did Rob Noir versus the VTuber. So yeah, I guess it would have been that. Shout out to Anna.
Behavior. Why are you going after a PE teacher
Mm-hmm.
who never said anything about Israel at all, you know? And anything I've said about Israel is not anti-Semitic. Israel carried out a genocide, continues to carry out a genocide in Gaza. They were occupying 53% of the territory. Now they're occupying 64%. Just last night, I read an article about how they quietly redrew the map of the area of Gaza that they're going to occupy. So from 53% to 64%. Where are all those
Shady.
Palestinians going to go? How many refugee crises have we experienced because Israel wants to pursue its border expansion project?
And I again want to point out that that's very interesting and important question. But also, why is that our problem? I'm not saying there isn't an answer to that. The more pressing question is, why is it our problem? We cannot live in peace because some people believe unfalsifiable things that tell them that they're right about everything in the world and other people need to die because they're wrong. That's why. So I'm doing my best to try to come up with a secular moral structure that allows believers of all religions to come, as long as you're living by what we would at this point call Western American values, then you're good to go. So Muslims are probably not going to be welcome. Christians definitely will. A lot of atheists will not be, but if they're like me, then they are. And then we all live in peace. That's the goal, baby. That's the goal. It might take a while, but we will get there.
We experienced because Israel wants to pursue its border expansion project.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I hear people like that Tommy Robinson guy whining about like, oh, the Islamification of the UK, these Muslims are so bad and so dangerous.
They are, though. What's a grooming gang, Anna? And then hold on. Is Candace going to be like, yeah, there's no problem with the Muslims in UK?
What?
I know that can't be where we're going, right? It's not a problem because we, USA, paid for it and participate. Yeah, I want to stop doing that. That's exactly my point.
You are supportive of Israel. So unless you wake up and tell the truth about what's actually happening and what's causing these mass migration events, how about you shut up?
I always say that.
Why? That's okay, fair. Maybe you're saying that Tommy Robinson is lying about why all of these Muslims are going into the UK. Okay, I don't pay attention to UK politics that closely. But do we understand how it's not mutually exclusive? That he could be lying about how they or why they are there and what they are doing now that they're there. Regardless of the first thing, now they are there and they are fucking shit up. That is not up for debate. I mean, I guess here it is. But like, this is the disconnect of the woke left. That it's not that, it's not even the level of American discord, if you will. People are literally getting raped in the streets. Mostly women. And Anna's concerned about Islamophobia. Why don't you care about the women getting groomed?
Like, and where do you think these migrants are coming from? Do you think
Exactly.
they wanted to be here, or are they being forced out of their homes?
Oh, we've lost her. We've lost her. We have lost her. Like I said, I thought this was going to bring Anna a little bit more to the right and Candace a little bit more back down to earth. But we've lost orbit.
So they can't connect the dot there.
Oh,
Yeah.
the,
It's,
the poor Muslims. Where did they go? Where did they go? Wait, are you telling me the other countries don't want Muslims in their country? Why would that be?
have a Muslim problem. But no, we have an Israel never-ending war problem.
Exactly.
And it's
Again, not mutually exclusive. Both of those are problems.
and of course these people have to go somewhere if we're just going to take their land.
Look at Lebanon now.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, we're just going to take southern Lebanon. And then, by the way, they've begun evacuating villages north of the Litani River, meaning, oh no, it's not just southern Lebanon.
So does any of this, when you guys said earlier that 75 to 100%, most of you, that's the level that you think that Candace believes her own shit. You really think that Candace doesn't understand the problem with Islam in the UK? Mr. Man said Israel military badges have the entire Middle East map in the logo, and it says the Promised Land. What does that mean? It means they want to take over. Why? Because they believe that God told them that it was okay, and it's their right.
So when people fearmonger about groups like Hezbollah, for instance, which is supported by Iran, you got to understand why Hezbollah exists in the first place.
Okay, Hassan. No, like bass though. Like they're like a musical people. What is fucking going on?
Hezbollah formed in the 1980s after Israel invaded southern Lebanon.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, let me ask our red-blooded
Yeah, so Israel bad, Hezbollah bad. Not difficult.
Americans right now, if Mexico invaded, one of our southern border states,
Mm-hmm.
are we just going to sit back and take it, or is there going to be a resistance group?
There'll be a resistance group. Is that resistance group going to be committing atrocities like that? Well, then the resistance itself is not the problem. It's what they're doing in the resistance. Two things can be true at the same time.
Right now, we have a military, we have a government that would prevent that from happening. But let's say a foreign country turned our government into a puppet of theirs, and they cared less about protecting the American people and our
You mean like Israel already has?
territory, which I think is the case in Lebanon. There would be a resistance group.
Of course there would be.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always said to people, it's like they took their homes. They just woke up one day and said, I don't care if you've lived here for centuries. You just got to go.
Yes.
We're now giving your land and you're not going to get any money.
So then it's okay, says Candace, that you become a terrorist. Whammon!
You're at gunpoint. You just got to leave your house.
I can't imagine
It's
what that's
weird
like.
to me that people don't
It's
understand
weird
that
to
if you keep empowering something that is that immoral, right? Something that believes that genocide is their right,
Mhm.
it's their birthright to mass murder children who don't see you as having a human soul. How do you not comprehend?
I thought we were just complaining about Islamophobia. Were we not just complaining about Islamophobia? So you can say it about the Jews, but you can't say it about the Muslims. Why? This is exactly how Muslims think about non-Muslims, especially Jews. So why is it okay in one way, but not the other? Sounds kind of woke to me. We said Christian demographics. Christians make up roughly 80% of the individuals at risk of mass deportation in the U.S. Latino Catholics are targeted by Zionists. I mean, and me. Like, they're targeted by people who don't want illegal immigrants here.
That chicken will eventually come home to roost.
100%. I mean, I think Christians are waking up to it
Right.
because of the abuse Christians are dealing with in Lebanon, in Jerusalem. It's interesting because after World War I, because of the Armenian genocide that was carried out by the Ottoman Empire, Ottoman Turks,
The Young Turks?
Armenians became, they fled. Many went to Syria. They were forced to do a death march, as my great-grandmother was, and she survived it, but my great-grandfather didn't. This is on my dad's side. They killed him, and so she had to do that death march that she survived with her children in tow, including my grandfather. I didn't know this until very recently. My last name wouldn't have been Kasparian. Kasparian is the last name of the man who took my great-grandmother and grandfather in and married her and whatever. So I would have had a completely different last name. This made me much more curious about like my ancestry and everything. And on my mom's side, they fled to Palestine. Okay. So my grandmother's birth certificate said Haifa, Palestine. And so I started doing some research into that because she was born in 1937 in Haifa. In 1947, a year before the Nakba happened, basically the Soviet Union was sending ships to what is now Israel to take Armenians back to the homeland because, well, there were these terrorist groups that were carrying out terror attacks against the Palestinians and Christians, because Armenians are overwhelmingly Christian, right? And so at that time, what my research showed me was that the Irgun, which is one of the 3 terrorist groups that formed Israel.
You heard it too. Don't act like you didn't. Don't act like you didn't.
That the Irgun, which is one of the 3 terrorist groups that formed Israel, was attacking the local communities there in Haifa, doing bombings and all sorts of crazy things. So like they fled genocide, went to Haifa, and then had to flee again. But luckily, they were able to go back to their homeland at that time, and they went back to Armenia. And that's where my mom was born.
And it's crazy because those terrorist groups, like they then came to the United States, their children became executives, politicians. Like these are what we are dealing with in media are the sons and the daughters of those terrorists. Make no mistake. I mean,
It's
this
crazy,
is the Emanuel family being one of them. Rahm Emanuel, Ari Emanuel. How much power does that family have?
Do not trust that man.
But
Democrats.
I'm
going to look right into I'm going to look into the camera right now. Do not trust him. He's putting out statements right now about like, oh, we should really rethink our support to Israel. He's full of crap. Okay?
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
that
he
family was
in the IDF. Like, no, don't trust him. Democrats need to distance themselves from these people. Like, they're not healthy for us.
To be honest, I just think at the top, it's all the same. I think the Epstein files had everyone in it. I think they have been that sort of global arms trafficking, human sex trafficking syndicate is running America and has been running America for a long time.
All right, guys, I put up a poll. If you would like to keep watching this, we can definitely keep watching this. We are about halfway through. They have not really brought up Charlie yet. They are going to, but they're not going to really get into the details. There is also this debate from the Brad Palumbo channel where Blair White goes at it with this thing. So let me know which one you would rather do, because I gotta be honest, I'm a little bored. But I'm here for you. So we will let it ride. You guys pick. Is there anybody on Rumble? If there's anybody on Rumble, you want this or Blair White crushing an LGBTer?
Syndicate is running America and has been running America for a long time. Obviously, Epstein, his side gig was blackmail, but people forget that former Mossad agents testified that he was brought in for the arms deal, for the Iran-Contra scandal.
Yes. Okay, so
I am so deep on the Epstein stuff, and I'm going, oh, okay, so this is what I think is kind of happening in America, is a lot of these people have a lot to do with trafficking.
Well, do you read Drop Site News by any chance?
No.
Okay, you will love it, because Drop Site News, first of all, there was a leak of the former Israeli Prime Minister's email, and so they started doing reporting on that, and then the Epstein files that were released.
We need We need 2 more votes, unless 1 more vote goes to Blair, in which case we can't win. But I want to give you guys a chance, so hit the ball.
They specifically started to look into what kind of ties Epstein had with Israel, and it went beyond blackmailing our politicians and powerful people on behalf of Israel, right? He was making all sorts of international deals on behalf of Israel, including the arms deals you're referring to, cyber weapons, things like that. Why do you think the UAE has such a friendly relationship with Israel?
Weapons was one. And I keep trying to tell people that on my podcast. I'm like, guys, like, this is not. So when I'm like looking into things and there's so much trafficking connections, I'm like, are we looking at the Epstein network? Is that what's being protected? And I don't know what your take is on why Trump is protecting that.
I think they have blackmail on him. I don't know how deep it goes. I also think, just keeping it real, Trump is a very corrupt person. I mean, he loves money, and I think it's easy to buy him.
What are you saying? A politician likes money? What? And lies? I don't know about that. All right, well, fuck you guys. You want to vote? Then I'll fucking pick. Yeah, that was
athlete.
That was a little much. That was a little much. I think from when I was skipping through, there was a little bit more meat. I must have skipped right to the good parts. They were talking about some of the specifics with Charlie Kirk, but they didn't get too far into it. And they can't all be winners, but this should be fun.
Insanity.
A high school track meet in California is drawing national attention after a transgender athlete delivered a dominant performance, sparking protests and reigniting the debate for fairness and safety in women's sports. A.B. Hernandez took first place in multiple jumping events, including winning the long jump by more than a foot, ahead of second place, and the triple jump by nearly 3 feet.
All right, what do we got here? So the long jump results, first place was 20 feet from the trans, an entire 20 feet 4 inches. So that's over an entire foot, where we can see that the difference is about 6 or so inches. Here we have the triple. That's the long jump. The triple jump, 42 feet to 39, and then third place is 37. High jump. Well, I don't know why they don't have the others, but yeah, it's almost like it's not fair.
Some parents and activists argue that the competition is totally unfair, calling on Governor Newsom to intervene.
Oh, Newsom ain't gonna help. He's gonna be like, all right, then we need to make sure all the men beat all the women all the time. Mr. Mann said the UAE is ruled by phony monarchs, and they're only tolerated because USA would step in if there was a popular vote. Which brings us back to that question: why, oh why, oh why? If we are the Team America World Police, why is it such that we are beholden to so much bullshit from these other countries that cannot do anything without us? That's what Trump represented, at least to me. Because again, not super well read on foreign affairs, but that was my understanding of what Trump was going to do. It was going to be that guy that was America first and was like, okay, we're not doing any more of this bullshit unless it helps my people, aka American people. And he did it for a while, and then he got to.
Well, concerned parents and young women athletes who don't actually enjoy having their sports dominated. Let's get into it. All right, guys, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So, Serena, I'll start with you because you have a different perspective on this issue than I
Serena. Okay,
do.
Here we go.
Imagine. So when we have Gavin Newsom saying, at the end of the day, he stands by these policies that allow people who are born biologically male and identify now as transgender, like A.B. Hernandez, the track athlete we just heard about, to compete in women's sports, it seems to me like something that's just kind of unfair at a base level, but also a very strange hill to die on for both the trans community and Democratic politicians. But what is your take on just broadly this issue with trans athletes in school sports?
And again, real quick disclaimer. I have not seen any of this, so we're going in blind. Let's do it live.
Well, I mean, it's definitely an interesting topic. And for me, fairness,
Deeper voice than me. All right.
is obviously the biggest question here. Is like, how can we, as trans people, compete fairly with biologically female or male individuals?
By properly handicapping yourself?
For me, that's the crux of this conversation. Is how can we do this fairly?
You can't.
I'm for it. I think,
course you
if
are.
someone identifies as female or male and they have been training for...
Notice the language. Notice the language. How many of us got a finger in our face? And they're talking, nobody's confused about sex and gender is completely different. But what did this thing just say? What did this thing just say? Identifies as female or male. Semantic obfuscation. Got him. I mean, you're not wrong, but the principle stands. You're not wrong, but the principle stands.
these sports all their lives, then they should be able to compete as that gender in that sport. It all
Why? Because you've been doing it?
comes down, how can we do it fairly, equitably, and ensure, that we're allowing these individuals who have this training to compete fairly against that gender. Because if they were to, because we don't know long term
Yes, we do.
how these individuals will compete in their
Yes, we
biological
do.
gender after they have transitioned. There's no good long term studies done about.
Well, we know that if you're born a male and then you take a bunch of estrogen, you're not going to do as well as when you were, just operating normally. We also know that if you're born female and you take a bunch of testosterone, then you're going to get better. So what the fuck are you talking about?
These effects on how hormones affect
We
the
just don't
body as
know.
it transitions.
So why is it, though, that you think originally we separate sports between males and females biologically? Why do we do that?
Honestly, it's just a societal thing. For me, it's
Because it was the patriarchy.
You don't think it's a biological reality that
No,
men are
I-
stronger and faster?
no. I think sports traditionally have been male dominated, but I think
Well, yeah. Uh-huh. This close. Sports were dominated by men. And then
sports traditionally have been male dominated, but I think once women started getting more vocal and more like standing up for themselves and promoting an equal opportunity to compete, they were afforded a platform to compete within their own gender.
But you don't like that because you don't get to be the woman.
On the same platform with similar rules.
But why?
Why?
Well, I don't know.
Because of biology, right?
Yeah, biology. Because again, the standard norm, how I understand from society, is that women are naturally weaker than men, and for a woman to compete against a male would be unfair, could cause undue harm to individuals of that gender or other people. And
all right, we all agree. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I'll see you later. What? Yeah. That's why Brad's like, that's our argument. That's our argument. What are you saying?
Could cause undue harm to individuals of that
And Flesh just like, oh, this is gonna be so much fun and so easy.
gender or other people, and is
But why is
safety.
that different than when the male is someone who identifies as transgender?
Again, this goes back to the medical study where we don't know the long-term effects of how estrogen
Then what were
and
you
other,
just citing? Then what were you just citing?
hormones affect the body long-term.
So do you
Now-
wait? So sorry, just to
Well, that's because you say it's transphobic to do those kinds of studies, but
clarify,
Right.
do you believe that there's some medical gatekeeping or threshold that a trans athlete should be forced to meet? Like you have to be on hormone therapy for X number
you
of years.
have to be on hormone therapy, and
Well,
if-
that's not the policy everywhere, so that's an important distinction to make.
and let's also remember that Brad here, I think it was Nick Fuentes who called him AIDS face. It's a funny nickname. He is gay. Just so we know. So not a straight person on that panel. Not a straight person on that panel.
It is. But for me, if we're trying to do like an equitable type of atmosphere, you have to do kind of a balance of performance, if you
speed.
will, similar to how they do
I'm gonna speed this fruitcake up a little
in
bit.
some sort of racing circles.
Okay, I want to bring in Blair here. Give us your thoughts and reaction.
Yeah, tap me in. So from my perspective, which I actually am fairly comfortable just saying is the truth, because there actually is a lot of studies and there is like, the history of mankind as well. It's not because of society or social norms that men and women are separated in sports. It is purely because of biology. And that's why other sports are not segregated that don't involve necessarily physicality, why you can play like chess between genders. And
Actually, you can, but who knows the name of the very first female chess grandmaster?
and things like that. There are also long-term studies about the effects of hormones on adult bodies. There's not as many studies as I would like. Trans is something that is very understudied because of how politicized it has been. But however, we do know that certain things are permanent and certain things are not. Certain things reduce a little bit, but never to the point of actually creating an equal playing field. So like height is permanent from male puberty. Skeletal structure is permanent from male puberty. The cardiovascular.
Are we sure height is permanent? Like, there's not something I can inject? No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I am happy just the way I am.
Architecture is
I mean, it'd be
permanent
nice
from
and
male
tall, but,
puberty.
you know.
Things like muscle mass can decrease a little bit, but it's never to an equal playing field. So boys and girls, when they're growing up before puberty, there's like a rough evenness with the way that they can compete. And that's why there is, sports leagues when you're young that are not necessarily always segregated by gender. But by the time puberty hits, a 10 to 50% increase in the capabilities of the male students, minors, actually occurs. So for some people, it'll be that 10%, and some people, it'll be the 50%. But you can never, it is such an individual thing. And like I said, the reductions in things like muscle mass and
other things is just not great enough to actually make it fair. So I think this is sort of a debate that is like, the jury's not out, the jury is very much in, the jury is here, the jury is like, yes, men and women are physically different. And so I don't
Got a fun poll for you guys.
know why some people, especially Democrat politicians, I mean, I can see why some trans activists are still trying to hang on to, an arm and a leg here and pretend like there's some sort of debate and like it's not over. But for these Democrat politicians, from what I can see, the main thing they need to do, one of the only things they need to do to actually win midterms in 28 is just come across as normal and just come to where most people are on issues like this. And they seem dedicated to not. So I don't really know what.
Guys, what? A blue job, getting head off the dome, getting dome.
What's going on with that, but I just feel like the debate is kind of
the old guac 5,000
over.
I mean, it is politically at this point, it's an 80-20 issue. So we could talk about the politics of it, but I'm actually interested in kind of the underlying debate, because there's a portion of the trans community, or particularly trans LGBT kind of activists, that are pretty firmly wedded to this idea and do not want to compromise on it. But Serena, I guess I want to understand where we're coming from on a base level here. So I'm just going to kind of try to understand your concept of these different things. Do you
So what the fuck is wrong with you, you dumb motherfucker? No, I'm just kidding.
acknowledge that a trans woman is a biological male?
Yes and no. Yes, in that they were born a male.
Right? They're born male, and then what is the no part? Nope. If you are a man, just yes or no. There's no. It's just a question. It's just a question. Lisa Blair just explained why puberty blockers are good. Puberty wrecks the chance to fit in. I'm gonna back that up. I think I missed a little bit of it.
Is like, yes, like the jury's not out, the jury is very much in, the jury is here, the jury is like, yes, men and women are physically different. And so I don't know why some people, especially Democrat politicians, I mean, I can see why some trans activists are still trying to hang on to, an arm and a leg here and pretend like there's some sort of debate and like it's not over.
And a dick if you're
over. But for these Democrat politicians, from what I can see, the main thing they need to do, one of the only things they need to do to actually win midterms in 28 is just come across as normal and just come to where most people are on it.
All right. And so then they go into, so what can you say a little more on what Blair said that explained why puberty blockers are good and what you mean by puberty wrecks the chance to fit in?
Community, or particularly trans LGBT kind of activists, that are pretty firmly wedded to this idea and do not want to compromise on it. But Serena, I guess I want to understand where we're coming from on a base level here. So I'm just going to kind of try to understand your concept of these different things. Do you acknowledge that a trans woman is a biological male?
Yes and no. Yes, in that they were born a male.
But
my own personal belief is that when you transition, you're changing your body's chemistry to be female. I identify as a female, even though I was born a male.
So,
see, again, not identifying as a woman, identifying as a female.
You believe humans can change their biological sex?
Yeah, I do.
What is okay?
Well,
Blair.
I guess the issue,
So again, like I said, Blair just explained why puberty blockers are good. Puberty wrecks the chance to fit in. Those aspects that often happen can't be undone. Height, bone strength, or even muscle mass. Right. And then, come on, guys. It's like pulling teeth. Explain yours. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, the asterisks can't be undone. How does that connect to puberty blockers being good or bad and fitting in? And talk to me. Say the thing. I'm not in your head.
That's the issue with that is, if I could just jump in, is that when it comes to things like personal beliefs, those are separate from, a debate about the facts, right? Like you could have the personal belief. And certainly if you want to invoke some sort of like metaphysical aspect or something, then maybe we have like a conversation going. But when it comes to
I feel female,
physicality and what you really biologically are, you cannot change. You can feminize certain aspects, like no one's debating that, which is why you can acknowledge that even with trans athletes who are on hormones, there is somewhat of a changing of certain features. But I mean, it just is what it is. The definition of a trans woman is a biological male who then transitions. But that doesn't change anything about your biology. And if I could just ask a question, because I feel like I never get an answer. I've had so many debates with trans activists, like, what is it that, just to get your perspective, what is it that you guys are clinging onto so hard? Like, why is it difficult to acknowledge the biological?
Notice how much they have to like tiptoe and be like, well, we just want to understand what you think, because these people are unwilling to talk because they know that their ideas are fucking retarded. All right, so let's see. I explained why puberty blockers are good, and then said puberty wrecks the chance to fit in. Those aspects that often happen can't be undone: height, bone structure, and even muscle mass. Puberty blockers stop those effects. Okay, well, why is that a good thing? I know what puberty blockers do. You said she explained why they're a good thing. Why are they a good? I know what they do. I'm asking why they're a good thing.
State of your body, because for me personally, I don't have any grievance with that, and I've never really understood people who cling to it.
Honestly, it just comes down to like the dissonance that I feel within myself. Through my own journey, coming out as trans and understanding this, from my own standpoint, is I just have a hard time accepting that my biology is male, and yes, that is physically true, and yes, medically, and I cannot change that. But I do believe that the metaphysical aspect of this is that I am female.
But your biological sex is male. Would you?
My biological sex
that?
is male. Yeah.
Okay.
They're good because male women are awesome. Okay, so you're completely for the whole transitioning thing. See, I didn't know that. I don't know that. Most people who come through and especially people who are members and are dropping money here, the way that we talk about trans is not very nice all the time. And so that's why I'm asking. So now you're saying it's a good thing that kids can make these changes to their body. So because then they can be what they want. Is that okay? Well, yeah, we were asking that before. So okay, all right. So now at least now I understand where you're coming from. You realize that I didn't know that, right? Mr. Minister, growing your hair and dyeing it blue doesn't make you a female. Yeah. And so Olivia, then just some trans. So then Olivia saying I'm pro-trans. Do you agree with this this blue hair that you are not changing your gender? Because you even said male women. Male is the sex and woman being the gender. But this person is saying that they're not a male woman. They are a female, full stop. Do you agree with that? Because again, we got, like I said, there's not a straight person on the fucking panel. So, this isn't about fucking taking sides. It's about understanding. All right.
Okay, well, that kind of feels... Oh, sure. Go ahead, Blair.
That's the thing. So you see that, or you feel that the metaphysical version of yourself or your higher self or your soul is female. And like, honestly, everyone has their own spiritual beliefs. Like no one can take that away from you. But I guess when you try to impose that on now, like I would imagine you're the kind of person that, I don't know if you're Christian or Muslim, if you adhere to any actual religion, but you probably would not want those religions.
Probably not, though, right? Like I said, the blue hair is done, but Blair reps us well. I am pro Blair. Word up. Word up. Did you have a question?
Posing like laws based on those metaphysical beliefs that they have on you. So like I would hope and assume you wouldn't want something like Sharia law. And that's an example of them taking their spiritual beliefs, imposing it on your physical reality. And so I see it as the same. Maybe you have a spiritual belief that you are a woman in a different, realm. And that's, I'm not taking that away from you. But you can't then say that we can compete in women's sports then, because there still is this biological state of being that we're actually all contending with and living in. You know what I mean?
Let me direct this as in the form of a question to Serena. I mean, I will always support your right to live your life, call yourself what you will, live your life how you please, do whatever you want with your body, hormones. I will always support that as an adult.
Hey, we got David Gillespie. Welcome to the party. Again, Jay, I don't know. Some random trans person who is willing to have this conversation. I don't know. Just somebody. Nobody that we know. We have Blair White, Brad Palumbo, and this other person willing to have a conversation. But yeah, I agree. Denial of reality.
But at the end of the day, if we agree on the premise that
which what are you talking, the Crowder one? How long is it?
I am
22 minutes. I mean, yeah, if you want to drop 10, we could do that. But remember, the $5 side quests are 10 minutes and under. I gave you the extra 2 minutes last time. But yeah, if you want to do if you want to drop a 10, we can definitely do a 22:49 side quest.
But at the end of the day, if we agree on the premise that biological sex cannot literally be changed and is based on your genetics and the structure of your reproductive system, in changing your exterior or taking hormones doesn't literally change your sex, what is so wrong with simply saying that for sports, we have male and female and it's about biology, not identity? What is the problem with that, Serena?
It's hard to separate.
No, it's not. We've been doing it forever. It's hard to separate when you muddy the waters.
Those two aspects for a lot of people. And for me,
that sounds like a you problem. Like I said, the sports issue is dumb. The idea was to let kids who block puberty have normal lives and not post-puberty cheat. Fair enough. So, I don't know the numbers on it, but if you transition before puberty, which shouldn't happen, but let's just say it does. If you transition before puberty, I wonder how much different of an effect that has. Like, let's say, the average male is here, the average female is here. Or let's say that just for demonstration. Let's say the average male is here, the average female is here. But these are men and women who have gone through normal puberty. I wonder if the puberty blockers for a male would be enough pre-puberty to bring you down in that realm. I don't know. But definitely if you're taking that shit after puberty, nah. Definitely not.
Separate those two aspects for a lot of people. And for me, I find that very difficult. Like accepting yourself and then accepting what you go by every day and then having to come back and compete in an area with people you don't identify with. It takes a mental strain on you, and it hurts mentally, and it'll probably hurt you physically. So separating a trans woman from what the sport she has trained and loved to do.
Like she's trained so hard, so she should get what she wants. What percentage of high school athletes, let's take the trans off the table. What percentage of high school athletes get to where they want to be? Isn't it like 0.001% or some shit like that? You wanting it is not enough of a reason to change the rule. Well, I just really, really, really want to play in the NBA. And I identify as 7 feet tall. So why shouldn't the Golden State Warriors want me as their point guard or their center? I identify. And I really wanted it. My whole life. I've been reaching as high as I can. Been training. I can jump and I can almost touch my teammates' nipples. So I should get to be the center, right? Or maybe they should lower the basket, or maybe I'm just not going to be a basketball player. Too bad, so sad.
Is going to hurt them and hurt their ability to perform.
But you understand that.
Yeah, this is Blair White, who is a man. Both of these are men, and the guy in the middle is a gay.
When we're talking about policy and fairness for everybody, not just for trans people, you do have to separate the emotion out of that, right? Like that's not.
And so the other thing here. So yes, Blair is a dude. I am much more willing to just not spend my mental energy, be like, oh wait, no, okay, Blair, he said, but I'm fine to just look at Blair and be like, okay, that's a woman. I don't actually believe that, but in terms of the conversation. And so here, it's going to be easier for me to discuss these two people as him on that side and her on this side. Yeah, they're all men. And so we can all understand that, yes, all of those are biological men. But for the purposes of our conversation, I'm going to call Blair she, just because it's easier for me. I don't care enough about, well, we got to get the proper gender identity, whatever, to spend the extra brain. Look like a girl, I'm going to call it a girl. That one looks like a man, I'm going to call it a man. Olivia said, fake it till you make it is American culture. Yes, you must identify as a millionaire to become one. Right? But you don't, it's the other way around that they're asking about. And actually, no, you don't. You can have $1 million and identify as a poor person. Why can't you do that? Yeah, that's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Like, I'm not trying to, be whatever, but a male woman is not a thing. So, if you like to think of it that way, that's fine. In the same way that other people may be frustrated that I'm even willing to call Blair a she, fair. Fake it till you make it is not American culture. In the context, we all use the fake it till you make it advice in especially in your work life. That's definitely a thing. So let's not act like it's completely foreign. Fake it till you make it is not foreign. I think that's all Olivia was saying. And again, same with Olivia, because Olivia is just a picture of some food and it says the word Olivia. So now that I know that Olivia is trans, I can spend all this brain power and being like, okay, wait, this Olivia, I could do that. I just don't care enough about Olivia's gender identity. Not because I don't like you or because any other reason, that I just don't care. As long as we're going down this road, then I can back off of that shit. This is the road that needs to be like, hey, whoa, we got to talk about this. Right?
That you do have to separate the emotion out of that, right? Like, that's not a sound argument that it would hurt your feelings or cause distress.
Exactly. Just like how I don't get to change the rules of the NBA because of my feelings.
That's part of the aspect that we have to remember about this. Like, we can set rules in place to
But even if we keep that in mind, like, I can
keep what in mind?
Completely hold in one hand that it's something that is going to emotionally upset the trans athletes, but also say that logically that doesn't trump the actual policies that need to be in place.
Well, what about so why are we preferencing the feelings of a select few trans athletes over the feelings and safety and comfort of the masses of biological female athletes?
Or just everyone in general? Why are the trans people's feelings more important than my feelings? It all make no fucking sense. We said, I'm lucky to pass well enough. Had I blocked puberty, I would pass even better. Maybe.
If anyone is like, okay, let's take that into respect, because I believe there was a case where there was in San Francisco just the other day where there was an issue of a trans woman changing in the women's room there, and they had to address that. It's a tough policy, and this is where I'm, again, in a policy world, it's not going to be perfect from my perspective. But if we're worried,
what are you saying
about fairness? Again, there are ways we can measure,
such as this is the problem too. That this is the only person that can get the typical trans activist type is not willing to have this type of conversation. So hey, kudos for that. But the idea that this is a strong way to advocate for what you're looking for. We got one here. Olivia's saying that ain't us. Blair is the one that represents what this should be. And if it has to be, please, agreed.
Balance of performance to ensure that if there is a biological advantage or disadvantage, we can take care of that. Like, if we're
I'm
going
not,
to
so I'm not sure that you really can, because when you look at studies of athletes that go,
can't,
transgender
bro.
athletes that go through
You
hormone
can't.
therapy, I mean, there still is a difference after that. But even if you could actually, Serena, I think the question is a little more fundamental than that. It's like the sports aren't for them, right? The spots, the medals, the positions are not for any kind of person that's born biologically male, transgender or not. They're for biological females. So even if you could eliminate any advantage, I mean, why should they be entitled to compete in a sports division that's not for them? Because sports is inherently competitive. So you're taking a spot potentially from someone else. You're taking an award from someone else. You're taking something from someone else. Everything is a give or take, especially.
That's everything. Is take from the people who have it better than me by my approximation. If I feel like white men have it better than me personally, then all white men must capitulate to what makes me feel okay. If it's a matter of men in sports, if it's a matter of Republicans, if it's a matter of Christians, if it's a matter of anything else, that all has to change to fit what makes me comfortable. When in the transition did you learn to figure your own shit out? That's what the transition is supposed to do. You transition, and you're like, okay, now I'm good. Otherwise, why are you transitioning? Just be a weird fucking dude then. They should be allowed because it's socialism. Sell tickets and pay for it or F off. F off? Thank you very much. I'm totally fine with getting rid of the NBA. I am totally fine with getting rid of the WNBA. Mr. Mann said the male DNA by itself gives them an advantage in sports, not to mention being exposed to puberty. And so that was the question, the difference between somebody who transitions post-puberty and the difference of specifically a man who transitions post-puberty compared to the average woman versus a little boy. It pains me to even say it, but a little boy who is transitioned before puberty, what versus and compare that versus the average female. You see what I mean? The after puberty trans versus the after puberty trans male versus compared to the biological female versus the pre-puberty trans male to the same average female. That's the difference I'd be interested in. Because if it is that much, I don't think it is, but I think if it's that much where you fall within the range of average female competition, then there at least is the argument that you're not changing the competition, you're just changing who is there. But if it is a matter of just like bone density, fast twitch muscle fiber, all those kinds of things, if those are strong enough before puberty or the seeds for that, then it wouldn't matter. But I'd be interested to know. Like I'm not interested in trying to block people from doing what they want to do. I'm just not interested in upending society so that we can do that
At higher levels.
Yeah.
Let me get that back.
You're taking a spot potentially from someone else. You're taking an award from someone else. You're taking something from someone else. Everything is a give or take, especially at higher levels.
Yeah, and that's just sports in general. I mean, if you're going to compete in sports, you have to. If you're not first, you're last. You're training, you're competing, you're going for that number one spot no matter what.
Okay, Ricky Bobby.
I used to race go-karts as a child, and I would always train to be number one. So I understand that aspect, but understanding where this discussion came from, we're fundamentally talking about two people that tied for 5th place in a NCAA swim meet.
That's not. I mean, that's.
Wait. What? Who tied?
Came from, we're fundamentally talking about two people that tied for 5th place in a NCAA swim meet.
Okay, so then the person who the woman who tied for 5th place would have gotten 5th place. But now she has to share it with a man. That is in and of itself the issue. Do you understand that is what is essentially what we're talking about?
That's not. Well, I mean, that's just one example.
That's just one example. Yeah,
Exactly.
You're talking about Riley Gaines.
I'm talking about Riley Gaines. Yeah,
But even then, that's actually a more powerful example than you think, because she was literally not on the podium, right?
No one. They both of them weren't. And if it was a first place finish and they both tied, more power to both of them.
But actually, the bigger issue that Riley Gaines has talked about is that they were
principle.
forced to change in the same locker room as Leah Thomas.
Right.
They
So
were
it's
exposed to
different.
male genitalia.
Right. It's more implication.
And so before Blair goes, what if the trans activists were open to the idea that, like, okay, we understand that, you know, women's spaces are for women and whatever. So we're going to make our own accommodations. We're going to do our own fundraisers. We're going to do our own thing to create a space where trans athletes can do their own thing. And anybody can use it. It's an all gender thing, but we're going to create that. And then the discussion of the actual competition can be had. But we can't even get there because you're not acknowledging the reality of what it is that you're talking about. So they do this with animals all the time. Steers, geldings, they remove the testicles and prevent puberty. They are still bigger and stronger than female horses or cows. It's what I suspected, but, you know. It really is that simple. I mean, it may not be as malicious as, like, I want to take it away from all of them. It may not be that, but that is what it is.
And just like the sport itself too. It's things like that. And I just don't understand why there's so many trans activists, and I am including you in this, who are clinging on to something that, first of all, you and I both know that trans is not something that started existing in 2016 once everyone wanted to start doing sports in the trans community. So why there wasn't this issue before, I've never really seen any trans activists try to unpack. Why were there not trans activists disrupting sports before? Why were there not issues like this coming up with trans women in women's locker rooms before? Like, it's this new culture of entitlement that the activism and the politicization of this topic from the left has created that allows people to think that they can go into a space like a women's locker room.
To be fair, I kept that motherfucker's balls as long as I could. I moved in a place that didn't allow dogs, and for a few months I had to, I was working on whatever, and he was staying with my roommate's parents. They were like, hey, we can keep him, but he's pissing all over the place, like he does. So we got to get him neutered. And they cut off his peanuts. Speaking of peanuts, don't forget, let's get Bonnie some peanut butter.
If you want to be a woman, you should have empathy for women. Like, for me, that's one of the first, parts of, but that's one of the most beautiful things about womanhood and being a woman is the fact that they have more emotional intelligence and
I don't even agree with that either, but go on.
Empathy for other human beings. And what I see is a lot of trans women who don't feel the need to give that back or to see that as a two-way street.
No, I agree with you there, Blair. Like, I see that all the time, and I try to course correct people I see that don't have empathy for other women or understand that we can't always get what we want. And
so you mean, like, if you want to transition and also you want to play sports, sometimes you can't get what you want? Stupid. This is why none of them will none of the activist types will speak out like that, because they're fucking stupid, because they've never been challenged. And so they just have the most basic, bare bones idea, and any little scrutiny, and the whole thing fucking falls apart. You just said that.
Of course, correct people I see that don't have empathy for other women or understand that we can't always get what we want. But
I should be able to get everything that I want because trans.
And that's life for everybody, right?
Yeah, that's life. That's life for everyone.
So,
unless you're trans.
Then do you think that trans women should be banned from women's sports then? Because there does have to be a decision at the end of the day. It's either we're going to allow it or we're not.
I honestly don't know.
But
what? Based on what? Look at Blair. It's like, okay, how did we went from A to B to C, and then I wanted to go to D, and you somehow ended up at Z. Well, how does that work?
You're saying you agree with these things, but then at the end of the day, you support it. So then why? For the sake of what then? Because if you agree that the biological advantage exists, then what is the argument for keeping it in place? Just the feelings of the trans activist or the trans athlete?
No, it's just how they identify. It's just how they...
What? That is not an answer to the question. You're just fucking saying things. Hey, we got Drew in the building. Welcome to the party. Gotta say hi to Blair. Welcome. Mr. Alicat said that seems worse. If he was young, he didn't know he had it when... That seems worse. If he was young, he didn't know he had it when it was gone. I know, but I'm saying my intention was for him to keep his balls till death. I was trying. Absolutely. Being able to read the room is emotional intelligence. Being able to the unspoken, being able to read somebody's face. Can you tell the difference between? That's emotional intelligence. And of course, there's levels to it. And they say that women are better at it and can pick up on more subtle signs, and maybe in some cases. But I still don't think, in general, that women are in general better. This brings me back to the spool of wire video. You guys remember that, right? Put one in the chat if you've never seen the spool of wire video, and you tell me that women have that huge advantage in emotional intelligence. So I was going to recommend this debate to you earlier, but didn't. Well, I had it. I thought Candace, and I thought there would be more fireworks. I thought there would be like, oh my God, this is a matchup. And we're getting more fun from some random trans dude and Blair. So, David said, a lot of people are just repeating the old tropes. Just saying things. Yep. This person seemed willing to try to listen to their points eventually, but I worry most go back to their bubble hours later on Twitter and stuff, and it's like any progress made just vanishes. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Any trans activist type watching this is just going to retreat into, see, Blair's not a real trans. She's just doing this for the grift and blah, 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 blah. You were trying to say that, and they were all the same bullshit. All the same bullshit. So this wasn't a real debate. Should have had Vivian Musk on to debate puberty blockers. Totally possible trans competing. I mean, hey, I'd be interested to see that. I'll see some ones. Reading social cues are definitely a sign of intelligence. Yeah, just the emotional side. Emotional intelligence is also your ability to understand and process your own emotions.
Bingo.
I don't know. Give it a try. So spool of wire.
Hey,
Oh my God. There's no fucking way. Okay.
Hey, what are you doing?
Okay, hold on.
Hi.
Hold on. They explained. Oh God, she got him to explain. Oh
I came out to check on you.
Huh?
What are you doing? Thought you were working.
I'm looking at this.
What is it?
It's wire. It's a spool of wire. And I'm almost out of it. Can you see the spool of wire?
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost out of it.
Okay.
And I've had this spool of wire for like 40 years.
So you can see, if you have emotional intelligence, that this man is going through a moment.
I bought it like this it's on a piece of a long time ago, but it's like 40 years of my life.
Oof.
It's in the wire that's gone. Does that make sense?
40 years of my life is in the wire that's gone. That's some real shit. That's some real shit. Yeah, exactly. Reflecting all his years. What has he done with all of that? In 40 years? I don't have a spool of wire. I don't be doing shit like that. So the fact that people are doing that, and then, this is the type of thing where it's like a screwdriver, where you have your screwdriver, but then you might lose it or whatever. This guy seems to be more of a toolbox, a tool guy, and so that matters. Oh, don't get ahead of me! Don't get ahead of me! We got Soil too, so welcome. Always a pleasure to see ya. The spool of wire kills me, and she doesn't deserve a husband. She's awful. Hope you're having a good evening. We are. Thank you so very, very much, and welcome to the party. All right, so I'm going to back this up a little bit. And I want you to look at the moment that the idea in this man's head that I can open up to my wife just disappears.
Here for like 40 years. I bought it like this it's on a piece of a long time ago, but it's like 40 years of my life. It's in the wire that's gone. That's
such a bar. I'm really hoping that whoever posted this video stops the music at the right point.
That makes sense? This is what's left.
I'm sorry to hear that and sad for you, but you're wearing your Jets hat, and I'm a little concerned right now.
That's the look of a broken man. That's the look of a broken man. And if anybody thinks, if anybody has any emotional intelligence, you can understand it just from this video. It's not over, and then we got the explanation going up. I haven't seen that. If you have you can tell that fucking cut that dude deep. Dude's saying, fuck my life. But she doesn't care. Because we can make a funny joke.
In the wire that's gone. Does that make sense? This is what's left.
I'm sorry to hear that and sad for you, but you're wearing your Jets hat, and I'm a little concerned right now that you're wearing your Jets hat. I thought that's why you were crying.
Okay, I'm done.
Let's see. Wiregate explained. I can't wait to hear this. Put a one in the chat if you think this guy wanted to make this video. We're not going to go. I don't know how many fucking parts there are. We're not going to go through all the parts, but I got to see this.
Hi, welcome. I'm Dan.
And I'm
Cindy. This is Cindy. Dan actually is known as the Wire Man, which is not bad, but very interesting. And we're going to have a conversation with you about our experience this week, about everything we went through. But first, we want to thank everyone, don't we?
Yes, it's been a wild ride. And we've been posting videos for well over a year.
Already. We want to thank everyone, right? We want to thank everyone, dear? Is that what we want?
And, kind of tag teaming with the book that we wrote and some of the fun things that we do. And never in our wildest dreams did we think we'd get the response that we got.
Yeah, because you don't have any fucking clue what you did to that man. So that's the most awful thing. Why do some women think men aren't supposed to have emotions like this? Partner is supposed to be a safe space for this shit. Trust, reciprocation. She has none. I wish I knew. I wish I knew. Yeah, right? That's all I wanted. Just to share a moment. And explain that, because what I would have expected, if that were me, I would have expected her to just acknowledge, oh, wow. That's crazy. That's all it needs. We don't need a fucking half-hour dissertation on what you did with The Wire. But just acknowledge that this matters to me in this moment. That's it. No shot.
And never in our wildest dreams did we think we'd get the response that we got from this video.
And for those of you that are following us and paying attention to some other stuff, we thank you because our job, our purpose is to help couples really stay communicated and stay in the present moment with.
Did you just say that your goal with your content is to make sure people stay in the present moment? That is literally the only thing that didn't happen in the video. Oh my Lord.
Is to help couples really stay communicated and stay in the present moment with their partner. And we'll talk about those of you that don't believe that, but first we're going to address the video. I had an idea for a couple weeks about doing this video because I had been...
No, the fuck you did not. No, the fuck you did not. No, the fuck you did not. That was an organic moment. Don't fucking lie to me. You little fucking simp. Well, we actually planned it. It was all a skit. No, the fuck it was not. No, the fuck it was not.
First, we're going to address the video. I had an idea for a couple weeks about doing this video because I had been working with some wire that I bought many, many years ago. And I remember how big it was. And I thought I will never go through this wire. And I just had a couple moments with it. And I asked Cindy, I said, come out and film this. There's something I want to do on this. And I had no idea where it was going to go or even if we'd post it. But
okay. All right. That makes a little bit more sense. Not like, okay, so I'm going to have the while here. He's been working on it. And like, I want to, you know, I want to say something about this wire because it's representative of things in my life and da-da-da-da-da-da. Makes perfect sense. And then she fucked it up. You know, like a woman.
Cindy, I said, come out and film this. There's something I want to do on this. And I had no idea where it was going to go or even if we'd post it. But
neither did I.
And neither did you. And
clearly.
So she just came out to the front porch where I sat with this wire and I kind of told this story that I was feeling in the last couple of weeks. And I might have explained
a real feeling, a deep feeling. And she made a joke. It was an emotional nostalgia moment for him, full of memories. Acknowledge it. It was not a skit. I refuse to believe it. No, so he's not. That's what I thought he was going to say. But no, he's saying that he was thinking about the spool wire for a while and didn't tell her. But was like, hey, just come film this. Which makes more sense. That makes it so much worse, right? Because it's like, okay, honey, I'm doing a thing here. Can you come help me do this thing? But you're wearing your Jets hat!
You might have heard that. And I just asked her to film. And then at the end, she made a comment about the Jets hat. So I want to look at this in two ways. The first way is... maybe
Take a breath. Take a breath.
The first...
So you tell me that it's not emotional intelligence to see how weird it is that she fucked up. Now, Wiregate explained. Well, just to preface, we care about all staying in the moment. And then as soon as he's been... stops him. Take a breath. Take a breath. Insufferable. Insufferable. I will stay single forever over this.
The first way is... maybe
Take a breath.
The first way is how much I appreciate the people, men and women, that resonated with what I was doing. I saw one comment was, "Oh, it's all staged," and then I saw another comment that's, "Oh yeah, check out point 032 and tell me this would be the best actor in the world." Well, let me be clear, it was not staged. It was a true.
Yeah, I would have never believed it was staged. Just the first way is the right way. The second way is the way where she gets all the deference and all the benefit of the doubt, and I get none.
Bingo.
Married life, right? Happy wife, happy life. And I mean, fucking shout out to everything. Every single thing. Many things I probably won't even recognize for years to come. All the things that Papa Lutch has done for me. This is what their marriage is like, my parents. And so it makes perfect sense why, young in high school, I was able to, pull real relationships because I was willing to just fucking simp out. And then as I got older, I didn't get the opportunity to really be out in dating in the dating pool because I was just happy wife, happy life in it. And I mean, not that crazy. like I still would, I would still have lunch with either my serious ex-girlfriends or something. Like, they're both married with kids. It's not anything weird like that or anything. But there was definitely a feeling that I was not allowed to put my foot down. I was not allowed to be angry, or it just always had to be okay. Whatever you say. Yes, dear.
Present moment feeling about this wire,
and she fucking shat all over it.
It was a true present moment feeling about this wire, and it was not planned. I just said, put this on film. I don't know, maybe for my grandkids, whatever. Mm-hmm. Cindy came out and filmed.
But not to interrupt you, but we do that quite often.
Not to interrupt you, but I'm going to interrupt you. So I'll say, good marriages are built on surface sarcastic humor with a foundation of being able to tell when your partner is being serious about something. But that's just me. No, it's not. That's how I would expect a relationship to be. And even outside of a romantic relationship, just whether it's a friendship or like, earlier today when I was fucking bugging out a little bit, shit wasn't fucking going on, and maybe I was a little short with people in the chat and whatever. You guys can tell that there's a difference when I'm in a fantastic mood and when I'm not in a good mood. Even though I'm actively trying to be as consistent as possible, I'm just human, and I'm not going to put on an act. Point being, we can talk shit to each other because we know that it comes from the foundation to be able to tell when we're being serious about something. I can't believe this. I can't believe that she made him do this, or that he agreed. Beta. We got Dylan Sue. Welcome to the party. We're taking a little side quest here. I'm sure you must have seen the spool of wire guy who was like, oh, this is 40 years of my life. And this fucking bitch behind the camera is like, well, I thought you were mad because you're wearing your Jets hat. This is the explanation.
On film, I don't know, maybe for my grandkids, whatever. Cindy came out and filmed.
But not to interrupt you, but we do that quite often. If we have a feeling, a thought, something we say to each other, we're like, grab the camera, this might end up being something good. We do that.
Yet again, making it worse. So you knew that he wanted you to film because there was a thing happening. And so instead of leaning into that thing, you make your joke. Now, let's say it was an amazing joke that actually made him start cracking up. I would feel very differently about that. I still don't think that would be the most appropriate thing, but I would feel way different if he was kind of having a moment and, they had the type of foundation where exactly, the wire's metaphor. If they had the kind of relationship where it's like, well, that wire's definitely going to last longer than you, yo fart. Something like that. I don't know. I'm just pulling this out of my ass. And he started cracking up. Then that would be different. Yep. And she recorded that, then watched it back, and then say, yep, this is good for our friends and family to see. Oof. How is she when the camera is not on? We're getting a little sneak peek right here.
Often, if we have a feeling, a thought, something we say to each other, we're like, grab the camera, this might end up being something good. We do that often. Right. So when you said grab the camera, I was like, I'm on it. Like, I don't know what he's doing, but I'm on it.
We do. We never stage anything. We always catch each other in interesting moments and have authentic responses, because for us, being authentic is the only way to go. So anybody that thought it was staged, you're wrong. It wasn't. So anyway, as I said, I really appreciate everybody that resonated.
And, just in the general point here about emotional intelligence, if you thought that was fake, then you don't have a lot of emotional intelligence.
With that, because, oh my God, some of the comments and some of the things that people said about men that had stuff from their fathers.
Don't forget about the puppy guy.
They see the flyers.
It's just like my coffee cup. My dad drank from a coffee cup on a Friday morning and died on Sunday. And I had drink from that coffee mug. Thank you for making my coffee every Friday in that coffee mug. And I think that there's, there are things that people hold on to, as the comment said, that, it just kind of brings the memory alive. And I think that's your spool is just stirring a lot of good memories for you, especially with your brother.
You have to do that.
I cannot wait to look at the comments of this.
So that's really amazing. Part of that too is that we saw numerous times was man's vulnerability, and I'm somewhat of a vulnerable person, but certainly when I feel something as deep as that, I'm extremely vulnerable. So I appreciate everybody out there recognizing that.
He'll never get that moment back either. He will never get that connection of the metaphor of being able to look back on his life from a spool of wire ever again. Because all it's ever going to be is this.
I appreciate every person that saw my vulnerability because I was totally connected to what I was doing. Now I want to talk about the
We all knew that. It's your wife that didn't.
second part. And the second part is Cindy's response to what I was telling her. We share everything. She knows everything about me. When she made that comment, she wasn't thinking about anyone else seeing it, and she wasn't even planning it. She was actually...
You know what else she wasn't thinking about? You, bro! She wasn't thinking about you! After you explicitly told her, grab the camera, this could be good. So not only was she not thinking about you, she wasn't thinking about your kids, she wasn't thinking about your grandkids, she wasn't thinking about anything at all but herself. Oh, the Jets hat. You know, because the Jets suck. Have you heard that one before? You know, the Jets, they suck. I don't have the words. I don't have the words. Shout out to Glow and Dark. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Hey, man, money ain't everything. Money ain't everything. I give all the money in the world for peace and to never have to deal with some shit like that. God damn.
She made that comment. She wasn't thinking about anyone else seeing it, and she wasn't even planning it. She was actually speechless, right?
That's the point.
I was listening to you talk, but so often we listen and we're thinking about what we're going to say to someone and we're not really hearing them. And
yeah, that's a really bad, immature trait. Not for somebody who's been married for what looks like a decent amount of time. I can't believe this is real. Oh, my goodness. Shout out to Soil to So with the big 5. Thank you so very, very much. Come on, Mort, use your neck. There you go. Of course, every donation gets a treat for the Overlord. Soil said Morty is surely starving to death by now. Needs food like this wife needs to learn emotional intelligence. There you fucking go. There you fucking go. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, that will add to the stream goal. We only got 5 minutes left, guys.
often we listen and we're thinking about what we're going to say to someone and we're not really hearing them. And I had no idea what he was doing. Like, we've done a lot of things over, the last year or two. And I'm like, God, he's really good at this. And so I'm standing there thinking, is he acting or is he, doing something?
Why would you think he was acting if your whole thing is we never stage these things?
And so, of course, my mind was on, how do I respond? How do I pull him out of this,
Don't. Listen to what he's saying and just sit with him for a second. That would be emotional intelligence.
We had just had a conversation about how the Jets suck and we're such just huge fans. We travel to New York every year to see them. And we had this conversation and we were so sad that they had such a bad year. And then I see him sitting there with that hat on and I was like, you're wearing...
Yeah, it's totally about the hat. I definitely thought this was about the hat. This is such cope. And he's going to fucking accept it. Yeah, you just thought it was a misunderstanding, that's all. Shout out again to Soil too. So very, very, very much appreciated. W's. Round. The man is talking about 40 years of his life being gone, and the small amount of wire left being the shorter amount of life still remaining, confronting his morality. But your team sucks, and that makes you sad. I mean, come on. And that's what it says. Shout out to Drew with a big 5. Thank you. There we go. This is only part. I'm not going for any more parts. We're just doing this part, and then I want to see see some of the comments before we go back to the trans stuff. But apparently, there needed to. Maybe this is. I was gonna say no. Maybe they just put like all the parts together because this is a 7-minute video. But I guess so. Let's see where it goes. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, adding to the double feature and the stream go. Very much appreciated.
And we were so sad that they had had such a bad year. And then I see him sitting there with that hat on, and I was like, "You're wearing your Jets hat after we talked about them having such a bad year." So it was maybe a poor response on my part.
Maybe. This should be her alone being like, look, you guys don't understand our relationship. However, I totally understand that in that moment, I should have done X, Y, and Z. I don't have the aspect of apologizing to my husband is just not really a thing. That's our thing. That's not for, but we posted it publicly and you guys got that and da-da-da-da-da. In fucking sane.
Such a bad year. And then I see him sitting there with that hat on, and I was like, "You're wearing your Jets hat after we talked about them having such a bad year." So it was maybe a poor response on my part, but I think if you understand who we are and how we talk.
We don't know who you are. We just saw a man having a real nostalgic moment about his mortality and you shitting on him. That's all we know.
To each other and, the interactions that we have. I mean, all of our friends are like, yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Like, the video was no big deal. But the people that don't know us, don't understand us, really were offended. And I want to...
Should probably suck that dick! She probably looks like a beast. Probably not, but I try to be positive. I'd Simon for a pretty lady to cook for me. Beta. Ain't worth it, bro. Learn to cook. You good.
Address the idea that there's a difference between intention and perception. And I am sorry that your perception of me was what it was.
Yo, there's no way she just fucking said that. There's no fucking way. Yo, what? That's the apology? That's the apology? That's the 7-minute part 1 explanation apology? Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. This might be the worst person in America. This might be the worst person in America. Yep. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Something has made its home inside of her. Yeah, I'm so sorry that what you thought was wrong. I'm so sorry that what you thought was wrong. I mean, yeah, right? I accept your apology for my wrong feeling. This is crazy. This is crazy. How did I not know about this?
And I want to address the idea that there's a difference between intention and perception. And
so what was your intention? To say what you thought you were supposed to say for the video. Not address your husband, a real person, sitting right in front of you.
I am sorry that your perception of me was what it was.
That's got we gotta screenshot that. We gotta screenshot that. Where are we? No. I need a shocked face. Let's fucking go! Oh, New Year's is gonna be fun! That's an interesting one. Yeah, I mean, hey, that'll, I'm sorry that your perception of me was what it was. Not even wrong, was what it was. Are we done? Oh, shit! Shout out to all of shout out to all of the donations, but unfortunately we did not hit the goal, but no worries. The after party is about to begin. So remember, guys, the video will still be here. If you're not a member, that is totally fine. You can still hang out and watch, and the Rumble chat also will be open. But Twitch, we are shutting you down. Twitch is gone, and I'm going to start the new goal of 5 donos of $2 or more. Same shit make me do push-ups? Get Morty some peanut butter. And of course, don't forget, movie night points are doubled for the after party. So if we get to 400, we have a double feature. So shout out. Let me grab anyone here who is not a member. Oh, y'all all here. Let's fucking go. Candace, that. All right. Again, if you would like to sign up, all you got to do is hit that join button, or if you are on your phone, and then you can just hit that link. It starts at just $2.99 a month. We do this every single Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream, and sometimes other times as well. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Great names are gone. Thank you. Let's party on.
Because my intention is never to be that person, ever. Does that make sense?
You bet. But if you're seeing that from a third person's perspective, like on social media, you don't know the backstory of anybody. Right. And for everybody to assume that she's callous and she's not a nice person.
She is callous and she's not a nice person. Maybe she can be nice, but she's not a nice person. Nice people don't do that. And if they did, then they would be profusely apologizing. Oh my God. If I understood what you were thinking in that moment, there's no way I would have responded like that. I'm so sorry. I should have been in that moment with you. That's what a nice person would say if they ever made that fucking bullshit in the first place.
Does that make sense?
You bet. But if you're seeing that from a third.
Does that make sense? Equals in tell them that I'm right.
Is never to be that person, ever. Does that make sense?
You bet. But if you're seeing that from a third person's perspective, like on social media, you don't know the backstory of anybody. Right. And for everybody to assume that she's callous and she's not a nice person and I should leave her, and you're way, way off base. You have no idea what our relationship is like, because this relationship for me is the mother lode. I've never.
That's what she told you, right? That's what she's told you. The mother lode, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right.
Experienced a connection with someone like I do. I've never been felt hurt once. And
oh, so you just have not found other women in your life. Got it.
Many people thought, oh my God.
First woman to show you attention, and you fall for it. Hey, I've been there. I think a lot of us have been there. Gentlemen, put a one in the chat if you've ever fallen into a relationship like this. Most of us, I would hope, it would be under 30. By the time you're a 30-year-old grown-ass fucking man, you don't do this beta fragged shit. But put a one in the chat if you ever simped a little bit more than you should have.
Someone like I do, I've never been felt hurt once. And many people thought, oh my God, she hurt him by not listening to him. So let's just say that you're mistaken. That was an inside joke between us, and she didn't know where this was going to go, and I didn't know where this was going to go.
Then why did you react that way? If it was an inside joke, then why did you react that way? Why did you react that way? There's no way, and this is almost over, so we'll go back and watch it one more time. There's no way that you reacted that way if it was an inside joke. What the fuck?
But because it touched so many people, we're actually grateful. Regardless of people wanting to jump on Cindy for her reaction, we are grateful because we think that people will think more about man's vulnerability. We will think more about truly listening to each other. And we will also think more about judging someone when we don't know the whole story.
Yeah. So you want to tell me? Is that not the back button? Oh, God damn it. Did I open it on a different thing? I did. So you want to tell me?
Like 40 years of my life is in the wire that's gone. Does
this seem like an inside joke to you?
that make sense? This is what's left.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sad for you, but you're wearing your Jets hat, and I'm a little concerned right now that you're wearing your.
Does that look like a couple having an inside joke? Didn't think so. All right, let's see what these comments are saying. If she forced you to do this explanation video, but blink twice. Just read the card, Dan, and no one gets hurt. All right, I'll do this. Oh, I see now. It's not just Dan's fault. It's also our fault, but it's clearly not Cindy's fault. The level of narcissism this lady brings to the table is unbelievable. Dude, she's worried about what strangers think more than she cares about your feelings. Dilly dilly to Blackstone. We're just scrolling through the top comments. I get strong narcissist vibes from her. She gaslit him with The Wire, then she jumps on social media to justify her actions. 100% atypical behavior. Dan and Cindy have a whole channel and a book on marriage and relationships. Let that sink in. Dan fully believes he can help people be in the same relationship he has and that it is beneficial. I'm excited for the sequel. How to recognize abusive relationships from the inside. How Dan left Cindy. Guys, she's sorry that everybody is fucking, I'm glad that everybody is hopping on that. Hashtag divorce Cindy. Dan, set yourself free and leave her. That interaction in the video was something I experienced many times myself. She doesn't care or consider your emotions, and you've probably been suffering with her for a long time. You have to be strong and move on. You've already wasted so much time. And based on what he was saying in the end of the apology, he probably doesn't realize that it's that bad. That's just his normal life now. That's just what his life is. A few more here. She still sees nothing wrong. Yep. No, this is unacceptable. This seems very rehearsed and coached. The wife is talking. No real accountability. I used to be you, Dan. It was really hard for me to admit to myself that I had to escape. The moment I made that decision, my life started again. I actually feel alive. And, given that he was focusing on his mortality, may be relevant. So you just apologize to him, and most of the hate will go away. Take responsibility for your actions. All right, 3 more. Poor Dan. She's a monster. So she's not going to apologize to save face. Cindy, you're a horrible communicator and a worse wife. Dan, you deserve better. And the last one, Cindy continues to be a terrible human being. Dan, you deserve better. Oh, but there's a timestamp. Okay. I fully believe that both Dan and Cindy showed their authentic selves in the video. Dan authentically was reflecting on his life and opening up to his wife about how that was making him feel. And Cindy was authentic in showing that she doesn't give 2 shits about what he's going through. What a failure of a wife. Yeah. Sounds about right to me. All right. Let me grab some of these chats and we'll dive back in with the transes. Oh yeah, let's do that. She gives fucking the yoga instructor vibes. Yup. Shout out to all the donations. And I just finished up, but give me a second. I'll dilly dilly to the mods as well. Yep. And so remember, this came from the emotional intelligence, the idea of emotional intelligence. King says, it's kind of like hitting someone with your car and saying, I'm sorry, but you don't understand that I never wanted that to happen, so it's actually okay. Bingo. Yep. She was callous when it was desperately needed for her to be understanding. Even my autistic son, who lacks nuance in some emotional intelligence areas, would not have acted like she did. Just saying. Makes sense. I mean, it like agreed, but also the apology video only strengthens what we thought from the original video. If it was an actual apology, then it'd be like, oh man, she's really, she felt bad, she didn't know, and we could have been like, okay, we all make mistakes. They're married. We could have been there. You made the video. Right? You didn't do it. Simp too close to the sun. Never simp, never drone. Exactly. I don't know if that could save them. I don't know that I don't know that they could save them because he's so bought in. Yeah, he's so bought in that if they went, it seems like she would be very good at shaping and framing everything in such a way that it would be even worse for him. There you go. Yeah, and it's pretty decided on this. She's guilty. That's the one thing. This is why, guys. This is why we need the fucking pop culture back. This is why we can all agree. We can all agree that Cindy is a bitch. Whether you like Trump, you don't care about Trump, you hate Trump, you can understand that Cindy's a fucking cunt. This is why we need pop culture back. Exactly. That's where I get most of my shit. Nope. All right. Let's dive back into this debate between Blair White and person who is giving the most basic trans talking points, and Blair is being very nice and still crushing that thing. Here we go.
I allowed you support it, so then
I
why?
I support
And that's life for everybody, right?
Yeah,
That's
that's life.
Yeah, basically saying things are not everything's the same. Some things are harder for some people than others.
That's life for everyone.
So
And
then
at
do you think that trans women should be banned from women's sports then? Because there does have to be a decision at the end of the day. It's either we're going to allow it or we're not.
I honestly, I don't know.
But
This
okay,
is
I mean, you're saying you agree with these things, but then at the end of the day, you support it. So then
It's like, how did we get from all of that to no? Actually, I want it.
for the sake of what then? Because if you agree that the biological advantage exists, then what is the
Serenity with a C
argument for keeping it in place? Just the feelings of the trans activist or the trans athlete?
No, it's just how they identify. It's just how they are and how they want to live their life.
But
why is that more
King's trying to get it in. Oh yeah, I love the stubble.
But there's a social contract for everybody in this world. You can live your life how you want, but when it impedes on other people, that's where people have to draw the line. And that's for anything. That's not just trans. That's literally anything. If there was a 300-pound, woman who wanted to go compete on a team of like 13-year-old girls, there would be a line drawn. And just because the 300-pound woman wants to live her life that way doesn't mean that she should be allowed to. So why is it different rules and a different standard for trans people? Like, what is the universal?
Because I'm a woman and my feelings are so big.
Principle here? Does everyone just get to do whatever they want because of their feelings, or does there have to be boundaries? Like, do you have a concept of like a universal principle for that?
No principles, just positions. You think that I just say it because it sounds good. But this is how these people operate.
It puts the lotion in the basket. It puts the lotion in the basket.
And based Blair as usual.
Things, or does there have to be boundaries? Like, do you have a concept of like a universal principle for this?
Would you fuck me?
Something
I'd fuck me.
that applies to everybody.
Also, have not seen that movie.
Not
Yeah,
just
let's let Serena
Sorry.
answer.
Yeah. So I would say no. I mean, yeah, there is. How do I want to explain this?
You can't. You can't explain it because it doesn't make any fucking sense.
I mean, yeah, I do believe that women should compete. All women should be able to compete in sports that they wish they compete in.
Okay, why?
And yes, I do believe that there is some advantage, but I also believe that there is a way to better understand those advantages and still try to have a
Yo, their facial expressions. Oh my god. Oh man. You cannot fucking holy shit. Holy fuck. That is you can't plan for that shit. Let's get a little room to breathe.
I do believe that there is some advantage, but I also believe that there is a way to better understand those advantages and still try to have a even playing field. That's where I'm
So I guess we have to get more fundamental here.
Yeah.
What is a woman?
Well, if we go by Blair's examples, you were born a female. You were born with...
As opposed to which definition?
Stupid.
Phil's because his person seems nice enough, but it might be completely different online. I mean, it has nothing to. I get what you're saying. That like, there's no, there's no like, oh yeah, let's get this one. Like, it's not that, but it's just a matter of you are putting forth these ideas, and young children are damaging their bodies irreparably. So I'm sorry that your nice demeanor doesn't match the gravity of what you're proposing. But this is serious and dangerous on a large scale. And like as I said before, you can tell that the normal not straights, the normal not straights are tiptoeing around because they know that the second that this thing feels like, oh my God, I don't like this, then you're transphobic, I'm leaving. That's why they don't ever have to justify themselves. Because that they have that entitled, what's the word? It's like, I look down on you. I don't even need to deal with this. It's almost like, it almost seems like the first time she's being forced to think about it logically. It probably is. At least they aren't lashing out in the way we're used to expecting. Fair. But yeah, I would not be surprised at all, if this was the very first time she's actually had to articulate it.
Dilly dilly. 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 Dilly dilly.
Yep. And I mean, nice people don't think that they're better than other people and believe that they are entitled to things because they're better than other people. That's not a nice thing. You can be polite. I mean, I'm sure Hitler was nice to some people. You know what I mean? Obviously, that's the most extreme example, but being nice for fucking 21 minutes doesn't make it okay.
Well, if we go by Blair's examples, you were born a female. You were born with those chromosomes that makes you a female. However, with that, there are also chromosomal disorders.
However,
right, but we're not talking about
different.
intersex. That's separate. Those are rare conditions. What is a woman? Like, we need a working definition. You said all women should be able to compete in women's sports. How do we define who is a woman and who is not?
Yeah,
pretty big problem. So I think you hit the nail on the head, King. I think this is the first time that this person has ever been outside of an echo chamber where these things are just axiomatic exception. Well, of course, trans women are women. Of course, they belong in bathrooms and in women's bathrooms and women's sports. Of course. It's like in the way when we talk about the merits of Trump. It's in this echo chamber, for lack of a better term. It's not an echo chamber, but to analogize it, to make an analogy. In this chamber, whether it is echo or not, when we talk about Donald Trump, we're the understanding that I don't want that guy to be my friend. He's a slimy guy, like all that shit. That's already baked in. So we don't need every single time that we talk about Trump. We're like, well, but he stole some money and maybe he wasn't this, that. We know. But if we step outside, then people may not understand that even though you understand that Trump is slimy and has a big ego and doesn't really give a shit about you and whatever, that his goals are aligned, and they may not understand that. And you would likely have some level of understanding that here you don't have to explain the things that we all know. But out there is not the same. And so very likely is the first time she's being forced to think about it logically. And see, again, I've been saying he, but I don't really care that much. Oh, my goodness. Shout out to Jennifer with the $3. Thank you so very, very much. Making you the new sponsor of the after party. Thank you so very, very much. Very good to see ya. We are watching in real time this trans figure out that they don't got it figured out. Welcome, and thank you so very, very much. Drew, gotta head out. You have a good one, brother. Peace out. Actually, yeah, let's back this up a little bit.
Chromosomal disorders. that
Right, but we're not
also-
talking about
That's different.
intersex. That's separate. Those are
That's
rare
different.
conditions. What is
But-
a woman? Like, we need a working definition. You
Yeah.
said all women should be able to compete in women's
Yeah.
sports. How do we define who is a woman and who is not?
that, yeah.
Yeah, good question.
For me, it's
For me? No, not for you. For us. For us. For all of us.
my definition is that it's how you identify.
That's not a definition,
I
though.
know.
You
We need
understand
the
that that's not a
definition, not
definition.
yours. If we all live in this world where we all have our own separate definitions for everything, like that's called civilizational collapse. Like we can't even go on with everyone just making up their own definitions for everything.
Shout out to our new sponsor of the after party, Jennifer. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, wait, I got that wrong. So we're at 291. 291 out of 400 gets us a double feature. A double feature. We got 39 minutes and we got plenty of time. All we got to do is hit 400 points. Doubled. And we get another movie.
Civilizational collapse. Like we can't even go on with everyone just making up their own definitions for everything.
So,
Especially for
Serena,
something so fundamental.
where I'm coming from, like, so by your definition, right now, if I were to switch in my head and start identifying as a woman, then therefore I am one.
You're a little tall for that, Brad.
The fact that you can't, the fact that you need to think about this. How can you not already know what you think about this? This is apparently your entire life. I'm glad that they like did this in a much softer way. Because like we could have seen, no, this fucking bullshit is no, you're trying to hurt the kids, and we could have done that. But even in the most charitable context, can't even get off the ground. Can't even get off the ground.
Looking at my notes, to me, how I define it. A woman is someone whose internal self's lived experience or place aligns with womanhood.
What is womanhood?
What does that mean?
It's my lived-in experience that how I identify it, how I go about my life.
Such as, like, get more specific.
I dress as a woman. I identify as a woman. I present myself as a woman.
What does that mean?
Use she, her pronouns. I live my life as if I were a naturally born woman.
So this should be where Blair goes in and be like, see, so this entire thing is about LARPing using stereotypes. Long hair, makeup, on the face, feminine clothing. That's all it is. Make your move, girl. Make your move.
Okay, Blair, I'm not really hearing a definition there.
Well, I heard Serena's definition, but the thing about,
Well, to be fair, she did acknowledge that Blair's definition, aka the definition, is adult human female. I don't think she said specifically those words, but she said, well, I'm going by Blair's definition, it would be this. And so I was like, as opposed to what? And then she rambled about some bullshit.
these concepts and words is that they have their own static definitions and meanings that no matter how we feel about them,
at least
like I can't just say like
at least at a given point in time, like the words change. Words do organically change meaning. That is how that's all language is. The way that we use different words. But on a given day, or in a given moment rather, the word means what the word means. Over time, you might see change. And the best example I can think of is the word literally, where literally used to mean actually, like practically, like it's literally happening to me, not figuratively. But enough people started saying, oh my God, this is literally the worst day of my fucking life, that the language has evolved. And now, literally means figuratively. That is a grammatically, syntactically correct English sentence. Literally means figuratively. But she's right. Words have meanings. I'm a little off center. Let's get right there. Right there. Right? Yeah. Okay. There we go. All right.
Things that no matter how we feel about them, like I can't just say like I think the color black actually looks something like it's yellow or something. Like that's not how it works.
You can say it.
Like and you're free to have your own perspectives on your own life and experiences, but when we're having a debate and a talk about how things should run in the real world, don't you think that that would be like a bad idea to just have it go off of your own personal perspective?
I don't know. I never thought about that. Or excuse me. I don't know. I never thought about that.
I mean, that's how I operate. That's how I operate. If
I just go by the seat of my pants. Like, if I find something that I think is icky, then I go icky. If I go with something that I like it, then I like it. Okay? These are my preferences.
and from my point and my discussion, how I frame it is.
But don't you think that's also kind of like an extreme narcissism that you just acknowledge that you think the world should run off of your perspective?
No, the world should not run off my perspective. The world should run off the perspective as the whole of the societal whole.
So then we shouldn't have trans women in women's sports.
Duh. I want to back that up. But yeah, Soil said, I have no problem calling Blair a she. It's like Ben Shapiro said. If you were meeting her in a restaurant and you said, the guy over there, it wouldn't make any sense. Blair looks like a woman. Yep. And I've gotten shit from some of, maybe not some of you guys specifically, but the chat as a group. When I was debating Mel, when I was debating Casey, when I just said she, because that's, I'm looking at female coded stuff, and I don't care enough to be, I'm the base guy. I'm not gonna call you she. I don't fucking care. I don't care enough. When some of you are named Dick Johnson, when some of you are fucking, who's got another wild name here? It's a Friday night, so we're you get my point. Like, some of you are like fucking T. Beat Buberski. Nobody's gonna be like, wait a minute. You gotta say he, or you gotta say, it's just your name. So fair enough. That doesn't mean that we accept in reality that is a male. Not complicated. That's because it is a dude. It's a blouse, and it looks like a blouse and a cardigan. Let's be fair.
If that's what we're running with, then yeah. I think they should, for my own personal definitions, but if we're going to go off the biological definition of a woman born as a natural born female, identified with those chromosomes and all those features, then yes.
Shout out to equality.
Then you're going to have the trans men compete in their own biological sports areas.
I guess
as they were born.
I want to play you guys a clip, and then we can discuss the question of what's so wrong about that exactly, because Tom Steyer, who is a prominent Democrat running for governor in California, was asked about this, and here's what he had to say.
It should be the pretty good Leering school for driving. That's what it should be. The pretty good Leering school. There you go. Come on. Get your shit on point. So I watched through that. I think it's funny. It's funny, full stop. I was definitely laughing at season 2 of Bad Thoughts. It seemed in the same way that, I won't spoil anything from either, but in the same way that The Boys has kind of like leaned too far into, we're the show that's like all about sex and gore and stuff. It's like, okay, well, that was funny when you had like an actual thing. The season 2 of well, I mean, I don't even remember season 1, but at least season 2 of Bad Thoughts seems a little bit more like, let's see what we can get away with. And I mean, if you follow like Podcast Cringe or anybody who keeps up with like the Rogan Sphere podcasters, Tom has kind of been elite minded for a while, so it definitely works. But but yeah, check it out. It's funny. The other thing that everybody needs to fucking watch. I don't care who you are. If you are an older millennial, or you are Gen X, or you're interested in Gen X culture, or you are interested in counterculture, in like anything punk, or anything like skateboarding, or like graffiti, any of that stuff, go watch the let's do this. Let's do Zero Calgary. This. Oh, can you see this? Where are we? This guy. So there is. Oh, I guess there's a bunch of different stuff, but there's a. So I guess he does comics, but there's all these. There's 3 different seasons of this guy. And he's like, he's 40, and he's kind of like, trying to get his life off the ground, and like very relatable. But also the animation style is it's not like great animation. It's animation used in such a great way that the visual storytelling is fucking beautiful. And it's only 8 30-minute episodes per season. And they are standalone, but you should watch them in order. This World Can't Tear Me Down, Tear Across the Dotted Line, and then the new one is My 2 Cents. If you can watch those without crying, then you have no heart. Just saying. All right. Do you want that?
Governor in California was asked about this, and here's what he had to say. Let's listen.
You talked about trans people. I'm totally in favor of trans athletes in high school. I think when you understand the vulnerability, the stress, the danger of being a
Prove it. Prove it. This sounds like something Cougar would say because you want some male attention. Prove it.
trans kid, and you understand that almost half of them try to commit suicide.
Yeah.
And then you think we're going to punish those kids. We're going to cut them off from team sports. We're going to cut them off from participating in the community. We're going to cut them off from fun.
Yeah, if you felt that way about it, you're probably going to feel that way about season 2. But if you liked season 1, then season 2 is kind of more of the same, but just not as good. Season 1 was definitely better. What is this motherfucker talking about?
Yeah.
And then you think we're going to punish those kids. We're going to cut them off from team sports. We're going to cut them off from participating in the community. We're going to cut them off from fun. It's like, no, we're not. No, we're not. And, as someone who played sports my whole life and loves sports and love playing sports, there are more important things than whether you start on your high school basketball team. And that is
right. There's more important things on whether you start with your basketball team. Like the safety of our young boys and girls, specifically the girls. You fucking moron.
Standing up for people who are under threat of death.
So there's a lot to unpack there. To me, it seems like he is very much downplaying the concerns of women and girls who have, scholarships on the line. And actually, it means a lot to young women. It meant a lot to me as a young man competing in sports. It's not just, get over it. You're not going to start anymore. Too bad. So sad. And then obviously, that's not a real statistic that he cited. It's not true that 50% of trans youth attempt to kill themselves. That's a completely false statistic. And even the underlying statistics he's misquoting are not even accurate. But regardless, this is where we get into the emotional blackmail territory of this issue. Obviously, I don't want any.
Do you want a trans kid or a dead kid? That was real rhetoric from real doctors.
Trans young person or young person who identifies as trans to ever harm themselves. But it's like, to me, Serena, this feels like emotional blackmail. Like you have to let something happen that's manifestly unfair to others, or this person may harm themselves. One, there's like no evidence that allowing trans athletes to compete in sports reduces suicide or anything like that. That's not a thing. But even if there was, it's like, could I tell you, like, let me play in Little League or I'm going to kill myself? Is that not? And then
I'm going to be in the NBA or I'm going to neck myself. So you got to change the rules. That's not how this works.
If you don't let me play in Little League.
That's very extreme. That's a very...
Isn't it? Isn't it though? Exactly. Glad we agree.
Extreme example. And this is where I have a problem with the Democrats' message and what they're trying to accomplish. Because, you're right. We're not going to save... Trans kids aren't magically going to stop hurting themselves or harming themselves because they get to be able to play the sport they want to play. There's
first logical thing that you've actually said.
Larger, deeper issues there that need to be addressed. And honestly, I agree. It does feel like emotional blackmail, and it just makes me uncomfortable and you can call me a hypocrite for this, or see, kind of like my two sides here is that I don't like.
Yeah, not even named in the fucking thing. Serena Monroe. Come on. Who the fuck is you? Oh, Jesus. Oh, pfft. Hi, new people. I'm Serena, a business analyst in the public sector and part-time graphic designer. Emma, a candidate, and navigating transition at 43. Wow. God damn. I would have said closer to 60, but okay. I speak from lived experience, not ideology. I talk about transition in real time, the progress, the doubts, the reality, where the extremes on all sides drift from medical guidance and best practice, what it means to build a life that's actually your own. Politics isn't optional for me. It's tied annoyingly to my existence. No, it's not. But I'm not here to inflame. I'm here to stay grounded, ask questions, and challenge narratives when they stop matching reality. Come on. Projection. All right, let's see. Whatever the first. Okay, whatever. Let me just make sure. I just want to see any kind of media that's being posted. It's just okay. Oh man. So we've got the thing. So I guess we're gonna have to. Oh my god. All right. Here we go. Ready? Let's talk about this. A friend asked if I wanted to take part in a panel discussion about trans women in sports. I had very little formal media training, and what training I did have was years ago. Excuses. More than a few people told me it wasn't a good idea. Like I said, if these people are not willing to talk because their shit doesn't make sense. Maybe they were right. What the fuck? Where'd we go? Maybe they were right. Maybe they were wrong. But I wanted to see what I was capable of. Fair enough. There was supposed to be another panelist, but they had to drop out due to scheduling conflict. What was originally going to be a 4-person panel became a 3-person panel. Did I punch above my weight? Absolutely. Yeah, definitely true. Fair enough. But I wanted to see what I was capable of. I don't agree with Blair White on everything. That said, I came away with a great deal of respect for anyone willing to step into these conversations on a regular basis. I learned a lot from both the discussion itself and the conversations afterwards. So thanks to Brad for making sure I would be treated with respect. Walked away with the feeling that I was. I also came with valuable feedback. We need more trans women willing to step in these places and speak for themselves. That I fully agree with. Not because we all agree, but because meaningful conversations only happen when people are willing to show up. We need to challenge ideas. We need to be challenged ourselves. If we want more voices to be heard, we have to be willing to engage. And the more opportunities we have to do that, the better we'll become at it. Most importantly, I prove something to myself. I can be uncomfortable and I can be challenged and still show up. As a man, this close. Huge thanks again to Brett and Blair. I mean, word up. Let's give it a word up. I can definitely appreciate stepping in. God damn it. There we go. We can be nice. All right, what are you guys saying here? Sorry, I fucking fuck. Where'd I go? Where did you go? There we go. We got love and compassion. Welcome to the party. Very good to see such female. Very woman. I mean, no, I have no hate for that. You know what I mean? Jennifer said vaccines cause trans in kids and F up parenting. Keep trans out of women's sports. Well, dilly. All right, let's hop back in. And how much time we got? We got 20 minutes, guys. Get those donuts in. Unless you want me to take your money without doing any push-ups. You know what I mean? Let's get Morty some peanut butter. Just as a reminder, we are 1 out of 5 donos and 3 out of $20. Not to forget that a $20 dono will get you one of the 4 spots for movie night. We'll pick the movies after the timer goes down.
For this, or see, kind of like my two sides here is that I don't like it when people play the emotions in a political state like that. You're drawing on the emotional heartstrings to make those people attached to you, to come to you and have you think that they understand your plight, your drama, and that they can magically solve your problems. When honestly, I don't feel that any of them have ever had my back or will have my back.
Okay, Blair, your thoughts.
I'm glad you realized that, because Democrat politicians don't give a crap about any minority they purport to care about. So that's good, especially trans people. And the fact that he can so flippantly, refer to like half of, this demographic, minor version of demographic, killing themselves is so gross. But do you see any parallel between the way he was making arguments there and the way you did earlier in this?
Good job,
video?
Blair.
I mean, honestly, yeah, I do see it, and I do understand that now. Like, I do see, I was pulling from that, and it's not a great policy measure. And running off feelings is not how you make policy. It's how equitable and how you can still have that fairness, but still.
Serena, I'm kind of glad you're agreeing with us, but you were just yesterday literally retweeting praise of Tom Steyer for this statement.
I mean,
got
at the
her.
time, I retweeted it.
But that's fair. If she's like, well, when I saw it, I'm in this echo chamber. It said the things that I like. But now that you're actually challenging me, I realize that that's not good. I'll take that.
It's one of those, well, it's nice that you finally see it. But at the same time, thinking about it and, reflecting on it and seeing it and understanding it more and just coming back to reality. It's like, well, it's one of those things that long term, okay, you say this, but what will you do long term for trans people? And
why are we doing anything for trans people? What are you going to do for short people? What are you going to do for brown people? What are you going to do for long-haired people? What are you going to do for dog owners? What are you going to do for condo owners? What are you going to do for Nissan drivers? Who the fuck is you? Like, okay, fair. We don't expect you to go from 0 to 100 in one conversation, you're admitting. But we can see that you still got some work to do.
And athletes and trans athletes.
Well, you are also...
Well, you know about the new after-party rules, right?
Retweeting posts that were mocking J.K. Rowling for the idea of defining a woman by biological female traits.
And so this is where you'd be like, okay, so are you saying now that based on this conversation, you probably wouldn't do those things in the future? Because then you could be like, all right, bet. My job is done here. Let's shake hands, walk away, let you sit on this. Maybe... Probably not, because we've heard exactly these talking points over and over and over and over again. But maybe we'll go back and think about some of the things that you said and change our minds.
We've kind of, do you stand by that?
Yeah, that I stand by. Again, this is my duality here. I do not like anything. I do not like what J.K. Rowling has to say.
Why?
Honestly.
Why? You just established that there's nothing wrong with it. It's just that you don't like it. It's just that it makes you feel icky.
Okay, well, let me pull up that post that J.K. Rowling actually said. Being biologically female means having a body that is observably organized to produce large gametes.
Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Eggs, as opposed to a body organized to produce small gametes, sperm. A woman is female whether or not her eggs have been fertilized or not. A man can never be female. And that was in response to a post that said, your daily reminder that trans women are biological women. The term biological woman is made up by anti-science folk who want to other trans women. If you think that being female is strictly about the ability to get pregnant, you will invalidate cis women as well as many who aren't able to do so. So that was the original post that JK had responded to. Then you called her clinically stupid for that statement. What do you think? You stand by the idea that it's clinically stupid to define female by reproductive orientation and biology?
I don't deny biological sex exists or that reproductive biology is real. Humans are, that's just how human biology is. It's legitimate biological framework. I mean, where I disagree is that the idea that gametes alone settle that debate itself.
Well, I don't think J.K. Rowling thinks it's only that. And I think from what it sounds like earlier, you were saying that you don't deny biological sex exists, but you think you can actually change it.
I do. I mean, I think
How? Okay, so walk us through that process. How does a male like yourself turn into a female like yourself? What is the process of that? Does it start with the hair? Does it start with the eyes? Is it the hormones they give you? What is the process there? Because forgive me, I'm ignorant.
Again, this is what I think and how I believe it is that, yeah, you can through the hormones. And
do you though? Or do you just want that to be true?
Through medical transitioning, that I feel that I am a biological woman. I am biologically a female, even though I don't produce those gametes.
But you're not, though. You acknowledge.
I feel like I'm tall, but I'm not.
You were born biologically male.
I was born biologically male, yeah.
And your genetic.
Okay, and so then, so what? You were born biologically male, then this happened, and now you're biologically female.
Are male.
I believe that's not my case.
Why?
You believe that you're not genetically male because
no,
of
I
taking hormones.
Sorry. I believe I was born genetically male.
But are you,
yes.
you acknowledge you are still genetically male?
Reluctantly, yes, but I still.
Okay, so then what the fuck are we? That's it. They don't actually believe their own bullshit. They don't even believe their own bullshit. It's all virtue signaling. It's all virtue signaling. With the slightest bit of scrutiny. Nail them down to one fucking point. Well, yeah, I mean, technically. Reluctantly. I guess reality is reality. But I'm going to ignore that because it makes me feel better. I don't care. I don't care that other people are getting hurt. I don't care that I'm influencing children to mutilate themselves. I don't care. Because I want to feel accepted. And instead of finding somewhere where I would be accepted, like a place where people will enjoy the hobbies that I enjoy, I just want to call myself woman and have everybody accept me. Have everyone accept me. Sorry, sweetie. Not reality. Willful self-delusion.
Bingo.
Yep.
I believe that I am.
See, this is
you don't believe that you are a female.
This is the issue. This feels way more like an emotional problem. This seems more like an emotional problem, and I'm not trying to be mean because
no, and I'm trying.
You seem like
he's like, I gotta edit me out of here. He's like, oh man, this is a gold mine. Breaking bread. Brad
seems more. Dude, this feels way.
Let's go from. Okay, we got. All right, so we got a normal face. We can assume that the monitor is probably down here, so he's looking at them down here. Let's go in super slow mo. Let's go super slow mo.
I believe that I am.
See, this is the issue. This feels way more like an emotional problem.
He tried so hard to keep it down. Oh my god. That is the stuff of entertainment. Oh my god. One more time at 0.7 speed.
This is the issue. This feels.
I believe that I am.
So genuinely listening.
See, this is the issue.
That was the chuckle.
This feels way more like an emotional problem.
Oh my god. Spittle flying everywhere. God damn. Sometimes you just can't help it. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, he was not pondering if it's female. He is pretty sure that is not a female. But the absurdity, indeed. Okay, let's get back to what we're doing.
Reluctantly, yes, but I believe that I am.
See, this is the issue. This feels way more like an emotional problem. This seems more like an emotional problem, and I'm not trying to be mean because
look at Blair being professional.
And I'm trying.
You seem like a nice enough person. You really do. And so
this is what you were saying, King.
Some debates where I could come on here and really like kind of be mean. I don't want to do that here.
Yeah.
I feel like this stems from something maybe a little bit deeper just with you. I'm not a therapist, but if I could kind of...
It's sadder than it is like frustrating.
Of LARP as one for just a second. I think you have maybe an issue with integrating aspects of yourself and looking at yourself as a whole person. For me, I don't have an issue integrating the fact that I'm male into my view of myself and who I am as a person. My childhood...
Which should be a requirement. Before you start any of this shit. To people understand, yes, obviously I am born a male, but I've just decided that I would feel more comfortable presenting as a woman. So then you go through all the fucking bullshit and to make sure that you're not going to do some crazy shit, that you're not going to go, fucking hit up the bathroom and see what that you just want to be yourself. You just want to do your thing, and that as a woman. Oh my goodness! Shout out to Jager! The big $20! You guys know what that means, right? You guys know what that means, right? Oh, I forgot the... Thank you. Wait, what did he say? Sorry, Martin one passed out. Is the Asian one trans to the Asian one? So we have Blair White, who is trans, and what was the other name? Some nobody. No shade, but like just not somebody. But yes, both trans, and then the host, the guy in the middle, is a gay dude. So not a straight on the panel. So, all right, let me do this, and then that, and then that. Peanut butter time! Let's fucking go! Yeah, motherfucker! Yeah! We got that. We got that. Let's fucking go! I need to hear it. I'll rock out with y'all. I'm here around the world. I'm trying to shout out to Jay! $3.43.30. Thank you, star! Sense! Hell yes! And Jay, if you were asleep, then I guess you didn't hear a $20 dono, and we round up here, so that counts. You get to choose. We won a movie night already, so anybody that dropped $20 gets to choose one of the 4 options. So again, movie night is a classic American movie, think 70s to early 90s, that I have not seen, that we will play on Rumble Sunday night. So you get to pick. Shout out you don't have to think about it right now. But by the time we get to the end of the stream, we're gonna want to pick those movies, and whichever one you pick is gonna be one of the 4 options that gets to the main poll. And yeah, right? It's one of those things, what the fuck? Hell yeah, shout out to Jager. And now we got push-ups. Serenity, there we go. W's all the way around. And of course, double points for the movie night. So where are we in terms of points? We are now at 331. 331. So that's 69. 69 points, which is whatever half of that is in dollars. 69, 30. We'll call it 34. If you make 34, then we'll do the double feature. You got 3 minutes, but let's do it. Shout out to Jager. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Let's ride on.
And looking at yourself as a whole person. For me, I don't have an issue integrating the fact that I'm male into my view of myself and who I am as a person. My childhood, where I come from, and what I still am is a part of my journey, just like all of it is, and what's to come is a part of my journey. And I feel like when you sort of deny parts of who you are, whether it's your biological sex, whether it's things you may have done in your past, whether it's whatever.
Start dropping movie names so I'm going to star these. So, because again, we're going to have to do a poll here so that I know what to put in the main poll.
You can't deny reality because you end up living in a way that doesn't make sense. I mean, you yourself acknowledge that you have a cognitive dissonance on this.
Well, worst case scenario, because this is going to a community tab poll. So there'll be 4 options. You get one of the options. And so if you get a shitty option, then nobody will vote for it. So no harm, no foul, just a thank you from me to you.
In a way that doesn't make sense. I mean, you yourself acknowledge that you have a cognitive dissonance on this issue. And if we have a cognitive dissonance, it means we're not seeing things clearly, which definitely means we can't go and argue for things clearly and coherently. It definitely means we can't go out there and suggest policy positions.
If we get one more dono before the timer goes out, 2.5 minutes, then I'll extend the show.
If you yourself admit you have a cognitive dissonance on how you see this issue, does that make sense?
No, it does. Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate the feedback.
So I guess the final kind of...
So the basic thing was like, so you don't understand what the fuck is going on in your own life. And Serena's like, yeah, I guess you're right. What the fuck is going on over here?
A topic on this issue before, and maybe we won't solve all the big picture debates today, but is that it just feels to me as somebody who does, respect and support autonomy and freedom for trans individuals, particularly adults, that is very much not the motion or direction that things are going in at the moment, right? There's this very widespread backlash to trans people, activism, however you want to identify it or describe it. And to the extent that backlash is kind of affecting just,
Actually, sorry, I have seen silence. I saw that in a film analysis course, so my bad. Unstarred. No star for you. But, Jager again. Oh my goodness, out sponsoring his goddamn self. Of course, we got a treat. And we get more peanut butter. And the party rages on. You can hit that double feature, guys. Jager's put us way ahead. There we go. So it's on mind. If you know what's good, Thank you. So very, very much. So here's what we're gonna do since Jager doesn't want to pick too heavily, then once we get to that part, then he can just pick whichever one that you guys say, and then he'll pick that, and that'll be one of our options. Yeah, I'm saying. So where are we at? All right, so let me play this, and then we'll see where we're at with the double points.
People, activism, whatever you want, however you want to identify it or describe it.
Shit!
And
No!
to the extent that backlash is kind of affecting just, adult trans people who want to live their lives.
I deleted the fucking banner. Why do they do that? Why do they have that be a thing? Ay. All right, hold on. We gotta do some surgery here. We were at 331 before the 5. So 331 plus 10. 331 plus 10. I'm just going to keep this here. 331 plus 10. 341, right? Fuck me, dude. I got to redo that whole fucking banner. Fuck me. Well, of course, Jaeger is still our sponsor of the stream. And I got all the other donuts here, so we won't miss anything. But fuck it. All right, so we are in double feature movie night goal. We are at 34. Actually, I need the fucking numbers too. Hold on. Whoa, what the fuck? Come on, don't do this to me. Oh, we were at 20. It was just him, right? It was just 20, and we had Jennifer. Okay. We're good. Hold on. So we had 1, 2, and 3. So that's 25, 26, 27, 28. All right, we're good.
Extent that backlash is kind of affecting just, adult trans people who want to live their lives. I don't support that or like that, but it does seem to me somewhat inevitable that when you cling to the 20 side of the 80-20 issues, like the trans sports issue, that you're going to have that kind of backlash. So why is it that all the groups and even activists and even folks like yourself, Serena, can't just give that ground up?
Because it's my whole identity. It's my whole being. So yes, we're at $341 points out of the $428 for push-ups. Thank you so very, very much.
Fear of erasure.
Fear. Like, what does that even mean? Fear of erasure? What exactly is going to be erased?
I would say from how I view it, I don't fear of being erased. And
no, we don't need a goal. We're either finishing this and we get the double feature, or we don't, and then we'll go to pick the movies.
Not being able to do what you like and exist. I mean, it's one of those things where you spend your entire life in fear of what you are and who you are. And when you finally be able to accept it and, live your life and do what you like, it's one of those.
And you get so happy, right?
Things that you want to cling to every aspect of it. And it's.
Oh, I forgot. Wait.
I mean, for me.
Again.
Dilly Jaeger.
Again.
Hell yeah.
It's difficult. And as Blair pointed out, for me, I do have a lot of dissonance with it. And some people can do it better than others.
I just have to point out, and this is to be constructive. You said that you lived your life in fear, and what was the other word you used in regards to how you saw yourself? Fear and denial of yourself?
Fear and denial.
Okay. And then you said, but then you accept it and do what you want to do. I don't feel like from this conversation and things that you've said that have been very illuminating about who you are and how you feel, I don't think you did cross that threshold of accepting yourself, because you still say it. You had such a hard time acknowledging something as basic as your biological sex. That doesn't sound like an acceptance to me. That sounds like a refusal to integrate that part of yourself.
It's one of those things that I'm still working on. I'm going to continue to work on too.
Okay, but working on it means going in the opposite direction of saying, I need to change the physical things about me. The thing is that you have to be able to acknowledge that even if I were not able to change the physical things about me, I would still be happy with who I am. If there was some like Ozempic shot to make me taller, you better fucking believe I would take that shit. But my identity wouldn't be, I'm not a short guy. I'd be comfortable with like, hey, I'm just, me. But hey, if I can get a little, then we're good here. I'm good. But and then I'm out on the tall Ozempic all goddamn day. But then, if something happened and it didn't work or something, and I had to go back to being a shorty, then I done it for 36 years. I'm all right. Yeah, exactly. That's the word that Blair was looking for, and Serena picked a different one. Erasure. Fear of erasure. What even does that mean? You think that people are going to murder you? Why would somebody murder you?
Be able to accept that.
I guess, and that's honest.
That's
I
fair.
can appreciate
that's fair.
that.
But I guess what I would suggest is that I actually understand your fear of not being able to live your life and not being able to.
Again, he's gay. This is trans and very clearly trans.
If
not a
presenting
straight
yourself in many ways as a woman is what will make you happiest in life, I support that for you. And obviously, we have this backlash of like people who would genuinely try to make that illegal or institutionalize you or something like that. And I don't support that. Obviously,
I mean, it depends. Make asylums great again.
But I do think that the clinging to the most radical positions on this debate is the most likely thing that will lead to erasure, right? Like will lead to public backlash. Because if you tell people that the two options are totally rejecting trans people or accepting biological males in women's sports,
and be like, all right, if you're going to make me choose, then no. Shout out to Jeffrey McDowell with the $2 make you holla. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, a treat for Morty and double points for the double feature. Guys, oh my goodness, we are getting close. The party rages on. Welcome, Jeffrey. Said love the show. Thank you so very, very much.
Trans people or accepting biological males in women's sports, biologically male sex offenders in women's prisons, they're going to pick the totally rejecting trans people. Most people
trans
are.
Kids.
We live in a democratic society where we have some degree of majority rules. So it's like if your alternative was let trans people live, accommodate the trans community in certain ways, and we will respect your boundaries and acknowledge biological reality in the instances where it is important. I mean, that I think could be a winning message. I don't think this can be a winning message, Serena.
And this is not dissimilar to the conversations that I had with Drew this week. Not saying Drew is a trans. I'm saying Drew's ideology is also something that doesn't seem that extreme when you get into it, but is presented as such. And it seems like both Serena and Drew are hurting their own cause by using the words that they use.
You're probably right, and I'm probably wrong.
Yep.
I mean, this is one of those things where we're holding on to something so hard, so ardently that it's going to hurt more in the long run than in the short run.
Okay.
So, well, then do you think you could see yourself going forward being a proponent in the opposite direction and actually telling other trans people and other trans activists, hey, we got this wrong. Trans women should not be in women's sports. Kids should not be transitioning. I guess we haven't even talked about that.
Nope, she wouldn't do that because then everybody she knows would call her transphobic.
No. If
she's like, no.
Sports, kids should not be transitioning. I guess we haven't even talked about that.
No.
If the message is important, how we deliver that message would be important. And making sure that we ensure their psychological safety with that, saying, hey, sorry, this is how it has to be. We're
Why does it have to be that way? I would argue that it does not have to be that way, given that it wasn't that way for all of human history.
We're doing this to protect the sport itself
What's more important, the sport or the people who play the sport?
But this is just one aspect of everything else. You still have everything for you. I mean, again, it's all about the.
You still have everything for you. What does that mean? How do these people operate in everyday life?
Messaging.
Well,
but it's also not.
That's an interest. I mean, there's propaganda and there's messaging and there's the way that you say things. But I find that people on the left are always so much more focused on that, and they're focused on the way that you say things rather than okay, so you're.
What do you mean, little brother mentality?
Sitting here saying you're kind of understanding you were wrong maybe on the trans athlete thing. So would that actually lead you to switch your position publicly and advocate against trans women being involved in women's sports, or at least leaving the debate altogether and stop, pushing for them to be in the sports? Because it really is those two kind of options. You either support it or you don't.
Yeah, I would support it. I would support saying trans women should be in the biological side of the sport. They should be in.
Wait, in women or men's?
Men's.
Yep. So we can lay it out, walk you down the path, step by step by step by step, like a little kindergartner. But you still feel, even though you articulated, you guys are right, I am wrong. This does not make sense. But I still want it because I feel it. Do you understand now why it is important to not just try to converse with these people? That to have some type of understanding as to, okay, how do we approach this? Namely, with them tiptoeing because, this fragile person is probably pulling their blue hair out. Just from life. Well, it's a little brother mentality. Like they're focused on how they are overshadowed by more privileged people. True.
Okay. Yeah. Well, hallelujah. There's a point. Now, I got to be honest, Serena.
Wait. What?
And should be in the biological side of the sport. They should be in.
Wait, in women or men's?
Men's.
Okay. Yeah. Well, hallelujah. There's a point. Now, I got to be honest, Serena.
Women and
I
men's.
fear.
What? Am I missing it? Is she capitulating that trans women who are males should be in men's sports?
Wait, in women or men's?
They support saying trans women should be in the biological side of the sport. They should be in.
Wait, in women or men's?
Men's.
Okay. Yeah. Well, hallelujah. There's a point. Now,
okay. So I think it's saying trans women belong in sports with the men. Yeah! We got one! Changing the world one mind at a time, guys.
Gotta be honest, Serena, I fear you may exit this conversation and get back into the blue sky Twitter kind of trans rights activist echo chamber and maybe go back to your former position.
Here's the thing with my positions, and I'll make this abundantly clear.
Here we go.
They do change, but if it makes sense from a holistic standpoint for the society as a whole, then that's where I land and that's where I'll stay. And I'll gladly take the hate that I'm going to get for flipping on this issue from my community and my fellow trans men and women.
I think this is the first debate I've ever done where the person actually changed their mind. Oh my God, that's crazy. We haven't talked about trans kids though. I don't know how we feel about that, but
I mean, hey. Yeah. It takes balls, no pun intended, to not only go into this conversation, but to realize that you're full of shit and be like, yeah, I'm full of shit. So, dilly fucking dilly.
Ooh, okay. I mean,
this is Brad's show. I'm not going to steer.
Yeah, Brad, this is your show. How do you want to do this?
I mean, is that something you stand on, Serena?
I don't know. There's about a minute and a half. I don't think we're getting that double feature, but I still got pushed.
Stand on.
Like you are a hardcore believer that kids should transition, or no?
Oh God, no. I think kids need to be kids.
Okay.
Based. Jager said there was a trans guy that fought in the women's UFC Was it the UFC or are you talking about the Olympics? I'm pretty certain it wasn't in the UFC. I mean, because Cyborg is not as manly as Cyborg looks. Cyborg is definitely a female. But I think you're talking about the Olympics, where like I think it was Italian or something, and like it was a boxing, and just fucked that girl up because it was a male.
All right, well,
here, kids are obviously gonna have a lot of questions.
When did a trans man fight a woman in the UFC in the women's division? Because that's my weight class in the UFC. Yeah, there's not been. Yeah, so you may be thinking the trans woman fighting a cis woman in MMA, which became controversial in 2013 with Fallon Fox. Yeah, however, Fallon Fox never fought in the UFC. I did forget about Fallon Fox. I was thinking of. Oh yeah, I forgot about Fallon Fox. Who was the Olympic boxer that was a bio male that fought a woman? Yeah, that one. This one. And in both cases, the ladies got fucked up. Yeah, okay, gotcha. So, I mean, it's happened before, and I mean, hopefully it doesn't happen again. Oh! My goodness. We gotta do. There we go. That's how we do that. Of course. We're down to crumbs. Thank you. So very, very much. And one more time. Let's get some And yes, I give Morty the spoon after the stream. All right, let's see where we're at. Guys. That's a 33. Well, we have 4 more points. 349, guys. 349 out of 400. And the party rages on. All right, so let's finish this. Just probably the last few seconds, and then we got some shit. I got some shit to show ya.
No, I think kids need to be kids.
Okay. All right.
Here,
well,
look at that. Like, oh shit.
Kids are obviously going to have a lot of questions, a lot of issues, and this is my stance on it, 100%.
Well, welcome to the Blair White Army, Serena.
Wow.
Wait, you made a face.
You sound like me. What's going on?
I think kids should as a kid going through like my own dysphorias and issues, I wanted a therapist. In fact, I did a post on Twitter about this earlier. I wanted a therapist to talk about it. I didn't want to transition. I didn't know what it was. If kids have these issues and parents, I understand it's scary. It's a lot of unknown, especially if you don't have any understanding of the trans community.
I want to get the hands.
Find a specialist to have.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like all older white people kind of have ugly, just like transparent hands. So I don't know. That seems like a white people thing.
To talk to, have a better understanding, and have your kid.
I'm not sure I trust those specialists, but all of that could be a conversation.
That's a whole other thing.
Yes.
But,
Well, I appreciate you guys coming together, having a conversation. I think we need more of that, including on these contentious and fraught issues. Thank you both so much for making the time.
Shout out. And just in case, since we didn't have this on the docket, the link to what we just watched is in the chat if you would like to watch it on your own time. I wasn't sure. Once I saw the fucking the Candace and once I saw the Candace and God damn it, the Candace and Anna thing, I was like, oh, this is no. It was. Will it play in here? No, god damn it. So what had happened was, we'll just go to my For You page. But what had happened?
That's a fucking.
Is this it? I fucking love TikTok. Let's fucking go. This is exactly what I was looking for. Give me whatever. Okay, we're gonna go on full screen. Fine.
Epstein's Island? You want to talk about all the little girls who were extorted
it's
and
evil.
fucked?
Shout out to TikTok for knowing this is exactly the video. This is exactly the video that I wanted.
That was
Then why would
illegal.
you say
Why
let
would
them
you
date?
say
That's the sign. Date rapists love abortion. What do you think their issue is? See if you can guess what you think the issue is here. What could possibly be the issue? Other than, of course, being against abortion. Nobody?
date rapists, you fucking
No,
piece of shit?
no, hang on. No, I'm not saying.
Date rapists love abortion.
Yes.
It says date rapists.
Love Trump's hate.
You do not
Yeah.
date rapists.
No. Hang on.
No, I
Wait.
don't care what you're
Basic
trying
grammar.
to...
Adjective. This is so you've got
The only
You've got subject.
punctuation is this period.
Oh,
yes.
The only punctuation
That's by
is
design.
this
Did I do
So
that? I did
this
it.
is an adjective.
All right.
No,
Date-
you need a fucking comma
So-
then. The only
No,
punctuation
because-
is the period. Do
because-
not be like, that's not proper
No.
grammar.
No, it is.
No,
I'm
it's
not saying.
No, it's
I'm not
not.
saying you should date rapists. It's
It
saying
literally says date rapists love abortion.
No,
So if you
a-
love abortion, you should date a rapist, right?
no.
That's what you're
A date
insinuating.
rapist.
No.
Put A on it.
Yeah, put
Like-
a comma. You
Put a
have
comma,
actual
A or something.
punctuation.
No.
Yeah, she blocked out the butt cheek. But it's like, yo, if you just chill the fuck out for 30 seconds, then you'll understand you're fucking retarded and very, very wrong. Glow Dog said Candace is the crazy alcoholic aunt who low-key wants to molest you. What? Hey, yo. They're saying that date rapers rely on pressuring women into abortion and that abortion enables date rape. Right. There's no abortion, there would be no cons. Exactly. But, you know, liberal women.
No. That's not how English works.
No, you can't come back from this.
You can't come back from that.
Can't
But
come
there
back
is
from
no
this,
way.
bro.
You are
This is
you
what-
are
what-
100%
no, you
doing
are-
it where-
Mindless
This
berating.
is surreal.
Rapists
No.
love abortion.
Date rapist. So
Let's break
That's
it down.
not what that
Let's
says.
Let's break it
They're
down.
still going.
where should the
So
comment?
for real.
All right.
It should be right here.
Okay. So
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 real.
but that would change it to date rapists
Comma,
love abortion.
Love abortion. You're
Yeah.
saying that if you
So that would be both. That would be saying, okay, one, you should date rapists, and two, you should. Neither of those are. Oh my god. The burn hands.
love abortion, you should date rapists.
That's what this
That's
says
what
right here.
that
What
says
it's
right
saying.
there. There is no comma. The only punctuation
Have you graduated high school?
I can tell you, as someone who
Yo, this dude is. I don't think I've ever come across a video of this guy and not at least been mildly interested. And so this is what we're into. What time is it? Okay, it is 12:10 a.m. here. So I'll give you guys another 10 minutes to keep the donos coming. If you want that double feature, we are 51 points away. That's $26 dollars collectively. That'll add push-ups and get 2 movies. You got 10 minutes to keep it going.
Who serve time in prison, and not just in prison, but a low security prison, which is where all the pedophiles are. Nobody comes around on child sex crimes. Nobody. That's not normal. You know, this raises so many questions. I don't even know where to begin with you. I actually do know where to begin. I read a story just the other day about Epstein's attempt to purchase the Village Voice newspaper way back in the 90s. And it turned out that the sale didn't go through, but one of the local papers, and I think it was the Times, it may have been one of the other papers, the Daily News or something like that, but one of them wanted to do a profile on this guy. Who is this guy, Jeffrey Epstein? I'm talking about 1992 or 1993. Who is this guy, and what's the source of his wealth? And so they started doing this investigation, and they found that he had been a substitute math teacher in a junior high school. And all of a sudden, he's hobnobbing with billionaires and Wall Street titans, and he is buying the widest townhouse in all of New York City. So
yeah, we know that, but the caption here says the missing piece.
Where does this money come from? They couldn't figure it out. I do remember
Israel.
it was the New York Post because it was page 6, which is the gossip page. And what they ended up calling him.
Are you guys familiar with what is it, John Kirikow? I always say his name wrong, but this guy, you guys know this guy?
Was mysterious money man Jeffrey Epstein, because they couldn't figure out where the money came from. Do we know any more now in 2026 than we knew in 1992 as to the source of his wealth?
No, and I'm glad you brought this up, because that's exactly where I was going to go, which among the millions of documents we still don't have are the financial transactions.
There it is.
This is a brilliant sort of limited hangout that the DOJ has given us, which is Nellie Bowles' email, Pizzagate nuggets, all of these like little drips and drabs of different pieces of information. And then we're sort of left to fend for these scraps and try to piece all of this together. But at the heart of it, and you could actually help us put all of it together, is to give us the financial transactions. Where did this money come from? Who was paying him? How did he have just millions of dollars he could donate to different campaigns? We do know little pieces of it, obviously, from Les Wexner and the money that we now know from that testimony and some of the emails that he had handed over, power of attorney to his estate, his relationship with managing money of the Rothschilds, et cetera. That's about all we have, but we still don't have the money piece of this. We spoke to journalist Whitney Webb a few weeks ago, and her first interview in months, and she said that this is still the big piece of the puzzle here, is the finances, is who was funding this, where did this money go, and just show that to us. But of course, we now know, I think Nancy Mace admitted that she spoke to the DOJ is like, we're done.
Yes. Yeah.
We're not releasing any more of this information now.
I wanted to ask you about that.
So,
I'm sorry to interrupt. Let me start with Natalie. Congress passed a law. The vote was something like 419 to 1 in the House and 99 to nothing in the Senate. The president signed it to release all of the Epstein documents. All of the Epstein documents.
Yeah,
so,
but if you are still talking about the Epstein files, then you're some kind of loser, according to MAGA.
Around 3 million pages were released. There are another 2.7 to 3 million pages as yet to be released. But the Attorney General said 2 weeks ago, we're done. We're not releasing any more. That's it. Well, the Attorney General can go to prison for doing that, right? She's specifically defying a law. This is an act of Congress. It's been signed by the president, and she says, tough luck. What are you going to do about it? What can we do about it?
Well, I mean, again, who's going to sue her? The Department of Justice?
Well, it would be Congress that would have to enforce their own law, right?
Subpoena her. I mean,
but why even take a position like that? Why would she even say something like that publicly when the law is crystal clear?
Napoleon complex is named after that guy Napoleon, who wanted to be really strong and powerful. And
shout out to Baton. Who we got here? Who we got here? Exactly. True page. I mean, he's CIA, so you gotta, he's a CIA whistleblower. So, and he's got some fucking stories. All right, 5 minutes left to keep the party raging. What do we got from Baton? Dean the Great. I'm not familiar.
He was a little like you. It made him a little crazy and make him want to feel big.
Gotcha. Well, I ain't that fucking small, and I'm the same size as your bitch. If you get a bitch laying down in the bed, so
I don't think that's something you should say to sound cool. That
yeah,
you're the same size
no.
As
as a fellow short guy, that's not the way to go. That's not the way to go. She minus 53 minutes.
That's not a great comeback. I'm the same size as a bitch you have sex with in a bed.
You know what I meant, bro.
I actually have no idea what you meant by that. It could have sounded even
maybe
okay.
If you had a fucking brain of yours, you'd understand what I meant.
What did you mean then? Explain it to me.
If you had a bit, if
you're the same size as a small woman,
as a woman, as a female, if you, bro, I don't gotta fucking explain. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is going on?
Got
it's
him.
a podcast where people talk.
Oh yeah.
People who sleep on their side.
Are you the manager here?
Yeah.
May I please have your name?
Karen time.
No.
Can you spell it for me?
N-O. Okay? Yeah. Just because you're happily married for 30 years doesn't mean he is.
That's offensive. That is you being offensive.
You think so?
Got her.
Don't forget to cook them dinner. All prisoners must be fed.
Again, offensive. It's sound. Yeah, you can scare the shit out of my cat.
It sounds like you got a scaredy cat.
So what should we do? All the neighbors are...
Open the front door and let him go run free.
I'm talking about the noise.
Oh, I'm talking about your cat.
I get it.
Tell you what, if he's got none left, why don't you see if you can have one? Why am I here? I'm here because I know everything. There's nothing you can ask me that I don't know.
What is this?
That's a circle. You see what I mean? I know everything. I'm here to answer any questions, concerns.
What's this?
That's your finger. And please don't ask me to smell it.
You know what?
Okay, who's next? I'm from New York and I'm gonna count to 3.
What are you here for?
I'm just here to count to 3.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah. Why?
I'm gonna count to 3. Are you ready? Oh, here we go. 1, 2. Everybody closes their eyes when they smell flowers, right?
Anybody ever tell you what an asshole you are?
Just about every day. But what does that have to do with it? You can't keep your eyes open when you smell flowers. Have you ever done it?
Yes, I have.
Oh, bullshit. You look like somebody who was good in math when you were in school.
Honestly, like, I was so bad at math in school. I thought I was so dumb for so many years.
So does that mean you were so smart that you figured out you were dumb, or you were so dumb that you didn't realize you were smart? Which one? I'm just trying to understand.
A linguistic phenomenon I find
Oh my god, I gotta take a piss, but I have not seen. Maybe not. I don't recognize it by that. But this dude is fucking dope because we were talking about language and all that shit. So I'm gonna let him cook while I take a piss.
interesting on this app is videos.
And we're running down on the clock, guys. So up to you on that double feature.
Like this.
Somebody should. If somebody knew what needed to be done, that person should probably just do it. And
Because we all know what's
we all know what's implied.
Implicitly being said here. He wants someone to do it, and by it, he means assassinate the President of the United States. But the part that I find particularly interesting is that they could just say that. I just did. It's not illegal, and if you're watching this video right now, it means it won't get picked up by the algorithm as harmful speech. So why are they censoring themselves for seemingly no reason? Well, I think that we can examine this through the lens of the Panopticon, developed by the philosopher Jeremy Bentham. It's a prison that's set up with one guard in the central tower that can see every cell, but not all at once, and the cells all have one-way mirrors so that the prisoners cannot see the guard. But the prisoners know that the guard is there and know that he could be watching them. And because they don't know if they're being watched or not, they behave at all times as though they are. And in a sense, social media algorithms are like the Panopticon guard. We feel that anything we say could get picked up by the algorithm as hate speech since its inner workings are so mysterious that we censor ourselves even when we don't have to. But social media adds another...
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jager going fucking hard with another $20. No question. No comment. Just pure love of the game. My goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Of course, out sponsoring your goddamn self. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. So where does that bring us? So that is $53 and $389. $389 out of 400, guys. $389. That's 11 points. That's 11 points. And each dollar is 2 points. I think we can hit that. Jager, thank you so very, very much. Carrying that goddamn stream on your back, sir.
layer to this Panopticon parallel, one that wasn't present in Bentham's original idea. Because in Bentham's idea, the Panopticon was a physical jail with...
Wait, I gotta get Morty his shit. Actually, we'll do it like this and like this. Let's back him up a little bit.
But social media adds another layer to this Panopticon parallel, one that wasn't present in Bentham's original idea. Because in Bentham's idea, the Panopticon was a physical jail with...
Yo, whose ears perked up when he said Bentham?
Isolated cells such that none of the inmates could see each other. But social media doesn't work like that. This self-censorship isn't a choice that we make ourselves to avoid algorithmic punishment, but something that we do because we see other people doing it. It's not so much a product of us being watched, but a product of us wanting to signal that we know we're being watched. That's the real motivation behind this performative censorship. It's not really out of necessity. It's a means of us signaling that we're aware of how algorithmic censorship governs our social media interactions. Like the sociologist Marshall McLuhan famously said, the medium is the message. It's why I've censored the album cover drawing in this video up until this point. Not because I genuinely think that the platform will have an issue with my bad drawing of it. woman, but because my participation in this over-the-top censorship helps bring the point home. Self-censorship, at least on social media, is more of a social signal than anything else.
But I will say on my birthday this year, she goes, "Do you want a blowjob?" I go, "Yeah, why? You know where I can get one?" Good crafted, well-crafted jokes, really just for me and you. Everybody else, I don't know.
Very much appreciated, brother.
We don't have kids. It's making you sad? I didn't mean to make you sad, girlfriend. Go the fuck home. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I came here to laugh.
I know. And I didn't make you laugh yet?
No.
Okay. What?
God, I didn't think everyone was going to be such a freaking prick. So.
I'm just kidding. You seem very nice. I'm surprised that much anger came out of you tonight. You guys are together, but you're not sitting close at all together.
Well, he's gay, so. No.
Oh, you're just friends. Or he's just embarrassed to be with you tonight because you're pretty.
Well, I'm his beard, yes.
You're his beard.
All right, let's get back to the show.
I was in the middle of one before you interrupted me. You're right there. What's your name?
My name's Grace.
Only thing not graceful here tonight. That is ironic.
Oh, I've never heard that before.
All right.
What do you do for work?
I mean, funny
Sometimes
enough.
we get comments saying that our candy costs.
Let's be realistic.
Hey,
Samuel.
yo! We got real quick. Give a dilly to our boy. The one and only R.I.P. to Kevin Samuels. Oh, my goodness. That's half of it right there, guys. Shout out to David. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Here, Mark. Like, he's got his lipstick out. He's fucking ready to go. He's fucking ready to go. He's fucking ready to go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, very, very much. Let's get him his refill. This is too much. He's going to get sick. You're going to get sick. I didn't expect everybody to be so generous. I don't want you to get sick. He had orange poop the last time because you guys were so generous. So that is a sign to me not to give him so much, not a sign not to give me money. Oh, you dropped it, you fuck. There you go. There you go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's do some math. So 53 plus 5 equals 58. Then 389 goes to 399. 399, guys. 1 point away. 1 point away. If there was a way to do 50 cents, then that would count. I mean, that's among y'all. That's among y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Let's see what. Let's get this guy there. And I'm 37 years old, but you gotta wait until marriage to get the cookie. That's not what we want.
It's about. Let's be realistic, Samuel. It's about value.
Samuel.
Yeah, and your value is low.
His name is Kevin.
Oh, wow. And how do you know that? You're not
Because
sure
you're 5'4" and 200 pounds.
Okay. God damn!
And 37 years old with 2 kids. That's how I know. In Kentucky.
Okay. That's your opinion.
It's not my opinion.
You never seen my body before, so you.
I don't have to see your body. I know
doesn't
you're
matter.
5'4" and almost 200 pounds with 2 kids.
There's no with 2 kids. There is absolutely no way. There's absolutely no way to be my height, 200 pounds, and look good. All right. I've told you that the jewels don't count. I've told you that the jewels don't count. I'll get more to your street, but I've told you before those don't count. So thank you for the chili. Thank you for the star. Very much appreciated. But hey, rules are rules. Rules are rules. Oh, and we got. That's the name of the game. A movie double night feature. All right, look. We got that. And then I'll just give you the spoon. Even that's a lot. So we'll give him the spoon. Oh my goodness. Thank you so very, very much, guys. Fair? Good? Good? All right, there you go. Guys, my goodness. Thank you so very, very much. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. So if that's $3, right? So we got 62. That's 31 push-ups. And what did I just say? 6. So 405 points. By 5 points, we not only hit the movie night goal, we got the double feature. The double feature. So with that being said, there are 7 of you here, and it is up to you 7 because you guys have been the amazing ones. I want you to drop the movie names. I want you to spam movie names between between 1970 and let's say 1992. If you're not sure, throw it in there. But do one movie per chat and just go through them. We're gonna watch some more TikToks while you guys do that. And then we are going to figure out what is the poll. And remember that Jager gets to choose one option of his own. So that can either be something that Jager that you put in the chat, or if you see something else, like, that's a good one. You get to choose. So we need to pick 4 movies. So at the very least, we need 4 names of movies. All right. So let's keep it moving. Thank you guys so very, very much. Thank you. I wish I had more words for that, but I don't. And hopefully you guys understand how much that means to me. I liked Airplane. I think, there's an aspect of any of these movies that is going to be like, okay, well, I don't have the context of like, this is what's going on in the world. This is what Hollywood is like, all of those things. And so that's more of like, why, you want to talk about assimilation. You want to talk about immigrant assimilation. I'm a first-generation American, and I'm trying to assimilate. So what are the movies that it's like, oh, you're not really American if you haven't seen this? And go for the basics. Remember, never seen Jurassic Park, never seen Terminator, never seen the Lord of the Rings movies. We tried the first one, but I don't even remember if we got through it. But like the basics, the core, Roadhouse, fucking Rambo, fucking any of these things. Is that a used cars? Is that a movie? Boom. So we got our first one. Guys, drop those movie names. Drop the movie names. Because, at this point now, we got to go to bed, but we got to pick a fucking double feature night. I do like Weird Al, but I feel like I feel like I've seen him in a movie. Blazing Saddles, all right, we got that. So, again, I'm starring the one. So, we've got Used Cars and Blazing Saddles so far. We got Jurassic Park. I didn't forget about the push-ups. Don't you worry. So, all right, we're going to watch this one and one more video. That's how much time you have. Don't dilly-dally. We've already got 4 movies, right? Okay, we got 3 movies. We need one more. One more title specifically. There we go. So we've got 4 already. So if you like these, then we can do that, but I want you to add more movies because there might be something that you're thinking, oh, I don't know if people are gonna like this, and then someone's like, oh, fuck yeah, I forgot about that movie. Let's go. Drop that fucking movies. All right, so we got a fat bitch that is
I put 4 and almost 200 pounds with 2 kids in Kentucky, and I see your picture.
You just say,
and I'm listening to how you talk. And I'm listening to your energy. I'm listening to your tone. I'm listening to your relationships. See, what it is, you ladies don't like when somebody is just direct with you. Honest. I got no dog in this fight. I had a woman on here earlier, and
we just saw that with the trans debate.
Told her she was absolutely gorgeous. I ain't trying to screw you. You ain't giving me no money. What am I getting out of this?
Nothing.
So why do I have to lie?
You don't. And like I said, I have tough skin, so it doesn't,
you're talking about value, ma'am. I ask you, what product on the market increases in value with age and use? Nothing. You're older, you're used, and your value is lower than it was when you were 25.
Ooh, did you guys watch Kevin Samuels? Were you aware of Kevin Samuels? Where are you with that? And give me more movie names.
With no kids. Then when you was with 20, before you had your first child. That's when your value was the highest, before you had a child. And you're talking about celibacy until marriage as if somebody has to treat you like a virgin. And that is it.
I used to watch that. This was what I would wake up to, like, because the show would be at night, and first thing in the morning, just pop on, go to YouTube, go through all my subscriptions, whatever, get whatever. But while I'm scrolling through that, no, I would scroll through the subscriptions on my phone while I had this show playing on the TV, and it became, my my morning routine. 1984. I don't think I've seen that. All right. I have not seen that. Keep going. Keep going.
Not having sex with you until marriage is treating you like a born-again virgin.
No, it's about my value.
I don't give a doggone what you call it. It's treating you like a born-again virgin. A man cannot have sex with you until he is your husband. That is treating you like I'm sorry.
It's like y'all validate these hoes out here, but when a woman finds
it's not a hoe, man. And stop. We don't talk about these hoes out here. I'm talking about you.
Oh, wow.
I don't know why you ladies think you can be celibate with 2 kids out here. Well, you can choose whatever you want, but it ain't working because apparently, here's your value. I mean, let's just be brutal, right?
Seen Twins and Back to the Future.
Get right down to it. Okay. Your value is. You obviously think your value is much higher than I'm reading, right?
Oh, wow.
I say much higher than I'm reading.
That was a question, bitch.
Is that true or false? Because you don't like my assessment, and you think your value is higher than it sounds like I'm saying. Is that true or not?
I'm not seeing that.
So you think your value is?
Well, I'm sure that I've seen pieces of it, like when it was on HBO, but for the purposes of this, we'll say no. So that goes on the list. Original Jumanji, I've seen that a bajillion times. Never seen Indiana Jones on the list.
What I'm saying it is.
What you saying my value?
This girl at my school was calling me slurs, and she spread rumors that I slept with the math teacher. Can you call her pretending to be from the school district and tell her she's getting expelled?
Yo, what?
Hi, is this Zoe?
Okay. So he does the prank calls. This was the setup. All right.
This girl at my school was calling me slurs, and she spread rumors that I slept with the math teacher. Can you call her pretending to be from the school district and tell her she's getting expelled?
Well, we got to start with the first one, obviously. Hello?
Hi, is this Zoe?
Yeah, why?
Hi, Zoe. You go to Beachside, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. And you have a classmate by the name of JC, is that correct?
Well, I don't know her that well.
You seem to know enough about her to be saying things around school like she slept with the math teacher.
But I never said that.
No. So Zoe, here's what's going on. There's been some rumors being spread around school. Okay, that you understand this is a serious offense. A teacher sleeping with a student is a serious crime. You're aware of that. And Zoe, by you making claims that JC was sleeping with her teacher, that becomes a criminal investigation. Okay, you understand making up rumors like this is illegal. I don't think you want to spend 2 years in prison. I don't think you want to face a $3,000 fine for this, do you, Zoe?
I have seen
No, because sorry isn't going to cut it right now.
That's a good one. But yeah, I've seen that one.
Okay, you'll do anything. You said you didn't know her, but then why did you call her the F slur? Your friend told her, but I'm sorry, I don't think you understand. You obviously...
Have you ever been in the middle of checkout about to buy something?
Is it true that you're charging $20,000 for...
Closed daycare sponsoring H-1B visas. Uh-oh.
Visas?
Who are you?
My name is Sarah Gonzalez, and I just had some questions about all of the visas that you're sponsoring.
What company from?
Blaze Media.
Blaze Media for what?
Yeah. So I've seen Hotel Rwanda and I've seen Inglourious, but we were talking about the Bear Jew earlier today.
Well, that's the company.
Yeah, what company for with my company?
So Golden She Holdings. I had some questions about all of the visas that you were sponsoring.
So your company is not...
Haven't seen that.
Why
I haven't seen any Cheech and Chong movies.
Because of this form right here, this is the U.S. Department of Labor form fact sheet 62F.
I can give you my lawyer's phone number.
No, so
you can call my lawyer.
So you must, as an H-1B employer, make the following materials available to the public within one working day. Just so you're aware, the Department of Labor.
Does the there was I saw the Billy Bob. Is it Billy Bob Thornton? Yeah, I saw the Billy Bob Thornton one. Is there's an older one, right? I didn't see the older one. I did see the Billy Bob Thornton one. Yeah. So again, we're just throwing names out there. We're throwing names out there. That's already on the list. Like this is the list of what we got so far. We got Used Cars, Blazing Saddles, Jurassic Park, Monty Python, another Monty Python, 1984, Boy with the Striped Pajamas, Goodfellas, Indiana Jones, Blues Brothers, Muppets from Space, Cheech and Chong, and Lawn Mower Man. Give me 3 more. I'm gonna. Have I seen Gremlins? We'll call it no for this. All right. I'm gonna skip this video because I don't really care. We're gonna go whatever to the end of this video.
Okay, so two
Adam in
parents.
shock by super hot fire with the type of energy he came with. What in the fuck is this doing on my FYP? I have not seen Die Hard or Hudson Hawk. I have definitely seen The Fifth Element. Put Hudson Hawk. Hudson Hawk in a different chat. I'm not seeing that.
Raising you somewhere, maybe in California, but maybe not. When did you start? When did you decide you wanted to make YouTube content?
I never made that decision.
Who did?
Whoever had camera. Obviously, if I'm on camera, I'm not holding the camera.
Right, but like, it's not like some stranger was filming you.
I've seen Austin plenty times.
You probably had to kind of plan it out, right?
No. I battle, people record.
But it wasn't originally battling, right? Like you did stuff before the rap battle stuff?
I just battle, Adam. But I'm not a rapper.
I mean, you kind of are a rapper, like it or not. You've done some rapping.
Not at all.
Surround yourself.
Fine. No, I haven't seen that one either. I haven't seen. What do we say? Finding Inland. Nope. All right. So we got that one. Neither have been seen. I'm gonna add that. All right. One more. Who wants the last pick? The last pick. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go through all of the choices. And we're going to come up with a list of 4 that we like. Oh, okay. Yeah. I did see that. So let's get rid of that. Yes, I've seen Bad Boys. I've seen Independence Day. Yeah, we want to get rid of Finding Neverland. I saw that. I've seen all the Black Mirror many times. Lost Boys. I've definitely seen that. Yeah, I don't really remember it, but I've seen it. I have seen Donnie Darko. One more, guys. We can do it. One more. I didn't really like. I feel like Donnie Darko is one of the most overrated movies, like, ever. Waterworld. I have seen Grumpy Old Men. Waterworld. Nope. There we go. I fucking love Black Mirror. All right, guys. So here's what we're doing. That's David got the last one. We cut it off. I have seen Casino and Shawshank. So there we go. These are the movies. So Jager is going to pick the first option. All right. So it doesn't have to be the one that you said. We're just going to go through all of them, and then we're going to go to Jager. If you want to ask the rest of the chat what should be the specific choice for you, you could do whatever you want, but you get to choose one of the options. So pay attention. I don't have to do this 6 times. Pay attention and pick we're going to pick your number 1, and we'll go through it. Pick number 2, we'll pick number 3, and we'll pick number 4, and then we'll get the fuck out of here. And then I got to do some push-ups. All right, so we got Used Cars. We've got Blazing Saddles. We've got Jurassic Park. We've got Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Whichever one of these game comes first. Let's just say Monty Python. I'd rather go in order. So whatever the first Monty Python is. So we get rid of that. So we got Monty Python, and we got 1984. We got Boy with the Striped Pajamas. We got Goodfellas. Indiana Jones. Blues Brothers. Muppets from Space. Cheech and Chong. Lawnmower Man. Gremlins. Die Hard. Falling Down. Biloxi Blues. Miami Blues. Hudson Hawk. And Waterworld. So so we're starting. Okay, I'm doing that so I know where it goes on. So everybody what is your number one pick? Number one pick. Just put it in the chat. I'll go through them while you type. Used Cars, Blazing Saddles, Jurassic Park, Monty Python, 1984, Boy with the Striped Pajamas, Goodfellas, Indiana Jones, Blues Brothers, Muppets from Space, Cheech and Chong, Lawnmower Man, Gremlins, Die Hard, Falling Down, Biloxi Blues, Miami Blues, Hudson Hawk, and Waterworld. So far, we are looking at... So we got Lawnmower Man and Monty Python. Okay. So far, we're tied for these two. Oh Jesus, we're all over the place. All right, yeah. This is gonna take forever. So here's a better way to do this. Give me what you want to be the 4 movies. So pick 4. We'll go through the list again. Pick 4. That way we can just do this once, and we'll see what's populated, and then I'll just pick from that. So you need 4 movies, and it doesn't really matter what order you put them in, because if more people, like if you put, if you put Used Cars first, and you prefer, oh, I can pop this out, right? Yeah, let's pop this out. Okay, can we zoom this in? Beautiful. No, we want to zoom that in. Nope. Okay. So, yeah, I want you to pick 4. Pick 4. Used Cars, Blazing Saddles, Jurassic Park, Monty Python, 1984, Boy with the Striped Pajamas, Goodfellas, Indiana Jones, Blues Brothers, Muppets from Space, Cheech and Chong, Lawnmower Man, Gremlins, Die Hard, Falling Down, Biloxi Blues, Miami Blues, Hudson Hawk, and Waterworld. What do you want to see? All right, Glowing Dog's doing it right. Monty Python, Blazing Saddle. I'm using that as the basis. All right. Boom. So we see right now, Monty Python is in the lead. Monty Python is in the lead. Let me do this. Do this. Do this. Can I make it even bigger?
Kingdom of confusion, carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind on this guard. The chaos watches the guardian of reason. The overlord stalls at the edge of the fray. The faithful rise.
All right, if you guys can't fucking figure it out from there, then I don't know what to tell ya. All right, Jurassic Park. So we'll do Okay, so we got Monty Python shows up in both. We got Jurassic Park shows up in both. We got two. So far, we have Die Hard. What did I say showed up twice? Monty Python? Okay, so we have Monty. God damn it. Monty, Jurassic Park. All right, what else we got? What else you got? Because remember, this isn't the final. This isn't the final thing. So we still are going to test. All right, so we got Indiana Jones. All right, Indy. Oh, all right. So Jager said India. So we got a Jager choice there. Beautiful. Great Outdoors. That's not one of the options. I read it in high school, but I mean, how much reading are we really doing? We need one more. We got Monty Python, Jurassic Park, Indiana Jones. Come on, give me something, guys. Give me something. All right, the next person to say a movie that was on the list that is not Monty Python, Jurassic Park, or Indiana Jones, you get to choose unless Jager says no. Any rejection from Jager on Lawnmower Man? I'll let the song finish out. I'm cool with whatever. There we go. So, the 4 movies that will be put to a poll as soon as this stream is over. For our double feature, we've got Monty Python, whichever the first Monty Python is. Then we've got Jurassic Park. Then we've got Indiana Jones, the first one. And then we've got Lawnmower Man. So whichever 2 get the highest, we will watch those. And so whichever gets, we'll do whichever one gets the highest will be our second feature. And then whichever comes in second place will be how we start our movie night. How about that? I think that's a good idea. I think that's going to be fun. I'm down for all of it. You guys are amazing. Amazing. Nick said, vote Lawnmower Man. I don't even know if I've heard of that. Interestingly enough. All right. 62, 31 push-ups? Ain't no thing. Let's fucking go. You've paid me, guys. Now it's time to pay yourselves. I say chirty because I can't say 30. So I just say chirty.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind drawn is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord snarls at the edge of the frame. The faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the sinking journey of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. Overlost, no illusions, no hollow interpreter. He's here to resurrect the sinking journey.
I did not almost just trip. Oh, look, Grumpy is live. Let's see what Grumpy's up to.
Good evening. Good evening.
Let's raid Grumpy.
Oh man, what a day of dumb.
Well, before we do that, oh, is this over? Oh, this is over. He was live. Oh yeah, let's raid that. Okay, cool. Where we at? Okay. You guys are pretty amazing. We're gonna have some fun. Gotta make them push-ups, my bitch. Movie night is Sunday night. Around 8 p.m. Eastern. I try to keep it around this time because I know you guys are, this is when we're here. But if you like, for example, if you're like, yo, can we move it like an hour up or whatever, let me know. It's not set in stone. I don't know, right? I want to read him, but that's okay. That's okay. The second plumbing of common sense. There you go. Hooah! And of course, guys, a big shout out to all of the donations. We had TV viewerski. We had equality and deference. Soil do so true. Then we get to the after party, and we had our girl Jennifer. And look at the fucking, come on. Then we had Jeffrey. David. And guys, thank you so very, very much. I know that you guys could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord. It means the fucking world to me, guys. I cannot tell you how much. Number 3 to 10K. Okay. There we go. We're going to raid them. Not like we got a lot to do over there, but do me a favor. Just stay for the raid. Go in. Just, it's kind of pathetic. There's only 4 of you here already. So at least just go in and be like, yo, Indian Jesus. Because it'll show a little thing. The Indian Jesus raided you. But, so do me a favor. Just go in and be like, shout out. And then you can dip out. But thank you guys so very, 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 very much. I cannot tell you how much. Every single time I want to find better words, but I don't know what they are. But you guys treat me so well, and it means the world to me. So thank you so very, very much. Once again, guys, we've got Morty, the Overlord, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I set it to raid the Speakeasy 10K celebration. He's doing a 55-hour stream. 55-hour stream. So if you just stay here, it'll automatically put you over there. So just hang out for a minute. Let it kick you over to that stream and be like, TIJ, something. Yeah, you missed it. But we got a double feature movie night on Sunday, and I am judging the horseradish debates tomorrow. So I will go live around the same time. And yeah, stick around because you're about to head over to Speakeasy, see what he's doing for his 55-hour 10K stream. And make me look good a little bit. Should we do that actually, or should we go to yeah, fuck that. Let's go because he ain't gonna appreciate that. So let's go raid horseradish. Freedom. God damn it. Freedom of speech. Is it really gonna fucking make me do the thing? What the fuck? Oh, that one's done too? God damn it. He must have not turned on. All right, well. Jesus Christ. All right. Set. Done. Guys, thank you so very, very much. Until tomorrow. Right around the same time. As usual, the debates don't start until 9 p.m. Eastern. So I'll probably go live around 8, but I'm just judging. So I'm gonna let them know, like, until you like need me, then don't expect me to be there. But it is raid time. Go make me look good, guys. Thank you so very, very much. Once again, we got Morty the Overlord that you have treated so very, very well, and I cannot thank you enough for. And I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Go raid and make me look good. Until tomorrow, guys. We are out of here. Peace.